From downtown, this is Tim Kitzrow from NBA Jam, and you're listening to NintenDomain Podcast. Boom shakalaka!
This week on NintenDomain, it's 2026 now, so it's time for us to talk about our games of the year. How many games do you think made it in from the October onslaught? Stay tuned.
2 systems, 10 games, only 10 games, 2 systems. This is going to be a tough one.
First game of the year for Switch 2.
How many Switch 2 games are in our lists? Are they all Switch 2 games? We'll see.
I think we need a separate episode for
No. Yeah, Switch top 10 for Switch 1 and Switch 2. My list is 80% Switch 2 games. Spoilers. Anyway, yeah, welcome to NintenDomain Podcast, episode 502. Your place to hear Nintendo fans talk about their favorite games of the year. That's the episode that's happening right now, our Game of the Year episode, because we wait until the next year to talk about our Game of the Year. We're much better than Jeff Keighley, so eat it, you fucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, already, dropping F-bombs here on the show. But we're your hosts. I'm Trey Raven Lunatic Johnson.
I'm Jeremy. It was a whole new world this year. Mikowski.
John, Spreadsheets Knitter.
Spreadsheets, which we're trying to use for our Game of the Year calculator here.
They call me the king of the spreadsheets. I got them all printed out on my bed sheets.
Is that from a song?
It's from a Weird Al song.
Oh, okay. Is that from...
All about the Pentiums.
I would say that's not White and Nerdy. Close. It's in the same ballpark there.
Yeah.
I believe. So, yeah, we're whatever. We're trying to use a calculator thing. But at the beginning of the show here, I thought that I've had a couple packages sitting for a couple of weeks here from both of you that I thought I could open them because I'm tired of waiting to see what's in them. So... I feel like we could do that real quickly.
Nice. And John, you got your gift.
I don't think...
Did.
Yeah, John has one, but I think Jeremy got...
I didn't ever specifically say to wait to open them, so if you open it by accident, that's okay.
Well, I wanted to wait. Yeah,
I've done that before.
I wanted to open it on the show. But I think Jeremy got both of John's gifts whenever we did this last, so...
Yes, it's
true. I
true.
don't think you have anything to open, but I'll just go with John's first here. If I can open it. It's in a pretty intense envelope here. I should have brought a knife down here.
In the meantime, I can show.
I'll say, why don't I have a knife down here? Oh yeah,
nice. Looks good there.
Jeremy is holding the Mario Game & Watch holder with the Game & Watch on top of it, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I got, Jeremy.
And
the Zelda one.
And the Zelda one too now.
Yeah, John got me these cool. I think they look like they're 3D printed. These stands that
they are 3D printed. Yeah.
Really cool for holding these.
I remember there was a couple of them that were on Etsy. I got those on Etsy, and there were a couple of them. Some were kind of like a little simpler or whatever, but those ones just like jumped out, and I zoomed in on them, and
they're very sturdy.
Really good, yeah.
You're really leaning into the Bone Storm motif.
The Bone
here.
Storm, yep.
Whoa, what's that?
I got a Bone Storm NES box, is what it is for a fake game from The Simpsons. But it also has an NES cardboard holder thing.
Sleeve.
So I could stick a game in there and pretend that it's Bone Storm.
You could.
I wonder what I have that is close enough to Bone Storm. Like, isn't Bone Storm supposed to be like? I thought it was supposed to be referencing like Mortal Kombat or something like that, which we don't really have anything like that for NES.
Yeah, I got that thing, and then it was like a day afterward. I was like, wait a minute, I think it was on The Simpsons. It was supposed to be on Genesis, but that wasn't an option.
Oh yeah,
the store. I just completely.
Did they actually use like a real system? I thought.
Yeah, I don't think it was a real system. I mean,
it was modeled after Genesis. Like in the cartoon, it looks like a little black Genesis cartridge.
I don't know.
Yeah,
it's like the Konami Game Sphere from South Park or something.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because I remember they had like a Game Boy on there, but all the buttons are wrong. It has like two control pads and like no buttons, and it's always funny to see like how badly they represent video games on that show. But anyway, it's an NES Bone Storm. I was like, what do I have that would be like Bone Storm? Like, the first thing I thought was like Shadowgate, I guess. Just even though that's not a fighting game at all, but it has skeletons in it, and you die, and there's blood and stuff, and you can stab yourself. I don't know. It feels like the design of it might kind of match the motif of the cover here. I don't know. And now it's put together. There's a Bone Storm.
Imagine if it was raining, but it was bones instead of water. That would be crazy.
That would hurt. That would hurt a lot to get hit in the head by a bunch of bones when you go outside instead of water.
Ding, 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 outside all day.
That'd be
And the lightning bolts are blood veins.
That'd be painful. Okay, that's that one. And I'll do the other one now. Are they the same? Like John's and I's from Jeremy? Are they the same or different? Or you don't want to say?
What?
Let's see.
Oh, say it. Are they similar? Should we open them at the same time?
No, they're different.
Oh, look at this! It's another one of these from the country of Japan. Oh, wow! So this is an official Mother 2 game for the Super Famicom. That's cool.
I didn't think you had that one yet. I was hoping you didn't.
I don't have Mother 2. No, I should see. I know. Well, I mean, I know a lot of that game pretty well. I should try to see how far I can get into it.
I was gonna. I knew I wanted to get that game for you, and we didn't see it until like very end of the trip. I finally went to a shop that had it. That had it for a price that I thought was fair because it was like really inflated at
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, was it high? Like even in Japan? 'Cause
No,
I know a lot of their games.
What we did was like it wasn't a lot, but Shauna was like, "Well, you want to get it for them for Christmas, so why don't you just?" Because I'd already got the other one for you.
Just wait.
You want to? Yeah, why don't you just buy it on eBay? And I was like, well, here's what I'll do. I'll look on eBay and see if it's cheaper on eBay or if it's a similar price. And it was way more to buy it on eBay. Plus
then buy it from Japan.
Yeah, so it was very cheap.
So this is from Japan. Well, I guess the other one would be from Japan, but you bought this from Japan and flew back here and sent it here.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's some extra effort in there. No, that's cool. Definitely. I mean, I like Earthbound very much so. So here we are, Mother 2. I'll have to see how well I can do on it.
Yeah.
Nice.
See if it feels different at all from the
you
American
probably don't need the
version.
text at all.
No, yeah, you don't need text for
played it so many
RPGs. I could just get my way through it. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to open mine. It arrived with a little puncture.
Oh, no.
Sensor, so I hope it's okay.
Uh-oh.
It should be.
Oh,
I'm also hoping you don't already have this.
You got a lot of
blue
Super Famicom games.
I have a thought on what this might be. That's a familiar blue plastic. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. I don't have it.
You don't? Okay.
Yeah,
that game's amazing on the Wii U. That was one of my favorite games.
Nice. Yeah, I actually don't have it.
I'll say, you don't have it on either because it's on Switch too.
I don't have it there. Nope.
No, it was
I tried the demo. There was a demo, wasn't there? I tried it.
There's a demo, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think there's extra DLC on the Switch version, but I played through it on
the original.
I want to make sure I got you a game you could actually play this time because I didn't realize you didn't have a DS.
Oh yeah.
I've got a DS and it's buried somewhere, and I need to actually take an initiative and go find it because I do want to play the Tingle game. So soon, I will play it soon.
Find it.
This is awesome, though. I like this. I played it. I played the demo, and I remember. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. This is like a cool little puzzle game. I like puzzle games. And
it's pretty relaxing.
Yeah, I like that kind of thing.
It's a good one. Yeah, I've heard people call it it's like a platformer without jumping, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
and I don't like that. But yeah, no, it was cool. I played through it all the way. I didn't play the Switch version because I already played the Wii U one. But
the boss battles can be a little tough. Like that's when the game actually gets hard. But
yeah, but I mean, the exploration stuff is fun, and it's cool that it's like a big, it's like you're holding a square or a cube with stuff in it, like a diorama type thing.
And a lot of it is like the angles hide the secret. So by rotating it, you find really clever ways that hid their little secrets in there.
And I think I think the Wii U one is the only one that where you can scan the Toad amiibo and there's actually like an additional gameplay mechanic. Like it's basically you scan the Toad amiibo and it'll hide a Toad sprite like in each level, and you have to go find them.
I didn't know that.
But I think it only does that on the Wii U version.
Huh.
So, and I did that for like 2 levels or whatever. I didn't do it for the whole thing, but I remember that being a thing where they were trying to, push like amiibo.
Oh yeah, don't dox yourself.
Interactivity. So, but I did try it out to see if it worked, and I was like, oh yeah, no, there it is. There's the little Toad guy in the wall.
Did you find this? It looks like you sent it, like you didn't buy it off of the website or something. Looks like you shipped it to me, right? Like
I found that free at a game shop here.
Oh, nice.
Now.
Nice.
Well, thank you.
Thanks for sending things. See that wasn't too bad. But we do need to get to our game of the year stuff. So
let's do it.
Suspense. All right, because I know we got all of these to go through. So I guess so my plan was that most of the time when there's like a unanimous-ish game, that we all like or we all got or it's in our top 5s or whatever, we normally like just to make it more interesting, like remove it from the list and add an extra one in there. And I thought this year, Donkey Kong Bonanza, we all played it. We all played it all the way through. I figured I didn't want to speak for you on where it would be on your list, but I figured it would be at least in the top 5 of ours, probably, and if we all had it in the top 5, that it would end up winning. And I thought, I think we've already done like 3 or 4 episodes about Donkey Kong Bonanza also on the show. We've kind of talked about it to death, and so many other podcasts talk about it to death too.
Sure.
And I thought it'd be more interesting to just, kind of put it to the side and see what other games you like. And I think we've had comments before about our previous shows about how diverse our lists are. So I know last year we had almost like 30 different games completely. I think we only had a couple. I think like the Echoes of Wisdom was like the only one that was the same. And all of our lists were so different. Yeah.
I listened to most of last year's episode as I was trying to build this spreadsheet that I made because I was trying to test it out, make sure it works and whatever, and adding up all the points and all that stuff. And that's one thing that I was thinking as I was re-listening to it. I was like, man, there really wasn't like a lot of common stuff. It was a pretty diverse list last year.
Yeah, for sure.
I didn't honestly remember what the game of the year was. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's the one we all played at least a little bit. And there it is, number 1. So for me, I don't want to say too much about Donkey Kong either. But yeah, it would have been my number 1.
I'll tell you where it is in my list after I give my list. How about that? That's okay. What I figured I would do. Because I honestly don't think I would put it number 1. But I wouldn't, my joke was I was just stuck it at 11 in case we had to do, you're like, we got to do 11. I was like, okay, well, Donkey Kong's number 11. But no, I figured out where I would put it in the list if I was going to, but it was more fun for me to take it out and just,
Oh yeah, I know where it would go to.
Do the other ones. But John, you already gave away where yours would be, but maybe at the end of our list, we can say where we would have it on there if it was not at the top or whatever.
Sure.
So that's what I figured. But yeah, no, everybody loves Donkey Kong. It's fun. People like it. By Jess's brother Tim, he got his kid Bonanza, and he wanted to. It was cute. We were at grandma's house, and like he wanted me to sit next to him and play Switch 2, like separately. Like he's like,
but just be doing it at the same time.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to play Switch 2 and you're going to play Switch 2. And I was like, okay. And I was like, but not against each other, right? And he's like, no, we're both going to play separate Switch 2s together. And I'm like, okay, cool, let's do that.
Should have both played Mario Sunshine.
So he'd played, yeah. Well, I don't think he had it on there. I should have suggested that, but no, he played Donkey Kong Bonanza and I played a game that's on my list that I'll talk about later. But yeah, it was just kind of fun, and he was really excited about it. He was on the level. He was on like the food adventure world, whatever, amusement park, the food amusement park level, which is like one of my favorite levels. With the burgers and the salt and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And he was playing that, and he was showing it to me, and he was really excited to talk about it and all that. And there was a part where him and the other kids, they were all making up stories, and he made up this whole story about the boss from that level involving. So he made his Donkey Kong Bonanza adventures into a story. Anyway, awesome. He likes it, and it was fun to talk to him about it. And I think it's a fine game. I just think maybe there's some other games that I liked a little better.
Sure. Yeah. I don't want to say too much about it, but I'll say I love the cartooniness of it. I liked how it felt like to me like the most polished Nintendo game ever in that way, like presentation wise. It just feels like a complete, like almost Pixar like experience, like a Pixar made a game. The kind of quality of level of quality you expect from those guys. It's like, oh, Nintendo did it this time, and it's just phenomenal. And then it has a absolute banger of a finale, which just like keeps giving and giving and
banger of
like,
a finale, but it real drops
yeah.
off after that. I kind of lost interest in it pretty quickly after the boss. I mean,
I'm okay with that though. Yeah, I'm okay with a game being
I remember
like
Jeremy
an amazing
saying that
experience through the end, and then you're done with it.
I remember Jeremy
But never
saying
got
on
the
this
DLC, yeah.
Jeremy saying on this very podcast that any sort of joy had been sucked from the game. that at whatever point you were, there was no fun left.
There's a point where smashing things was getting monotonous.
Yeah, you're just saying that there was. I think it's just because you played it so much. But from my list, I also put down my hour count for all the games. I was really hoping that Nintendo would have sent the year in review by now, because they said that they were going to send it in January, and it's like the first week of January. It's like, what the fuck are you waiting on here? I bet you anything that it happens tomorrow morning.
Right.
Like it comes out Thursday morning, right after we record this. But the fun thing about the new like shop app or whatever is you can look at your times on there, and you can find them through that. Like most of the stuff that they're going to send you anyway. I mean, I guess all I want to see is like the tally, like the full tally. You're like, what is your first Switch 2 game? Which I already know what that is, because it was Fast Fusion, because I wanted to mirror my first Switch 1 game, which was Fast RMX. So, whatever. But yeah, I put down all the times for everything, and I saw that there's like some additional questions that we could do at the end, and I added some also on the outline. So yeah. But anyway, number 10. Who wants to go first with their number 10?
I can go first.
Or
Number 10. This is one I didn't have as the last time we spoke. But I had spoken. I had said I was going to be interested in it, and I'm glad I did get it. And I bought it at full price. Skate Story.
Oh yeah, you have that. Yeah, you. Right before we were recording, I was just mentioning to Jeremy that I saw you got a lot of games.
I did.
in the past like 2 weeks, like a lot of new games. Like I saw you got like what was it, the whatever the fuck, the game that's not Baldur's Gate. I saw you got that one. You got that one, and you even got like the fishing game that looks really cool. Like the sprites look really cool on it.
Cast and Chill.
Yeah, you got Cast and Chill, and you got Divinity Original Sin 2. That's what it's called. I was trying to remember the name of it. Divinity, and Skate Story as well. Which how is Skate Story? I mean, it made it to your top 10, so you must like it.
Yeah. So the biggest thing I love about this game is the music. It just has a banging soundtrack, because there's this band out of I think they're out of New Jersey. I don't know. It doesn't really matter, but they're called Blood Cultures, and they're a band that I've been listening to for a few years, and I've liked everything they've made, since this album that I first heard. And then, this soundtrack is they release it as their album. So literally their album is Skate Story is their album. And it's awesome. It's really, really good music. I don't know. It's very kind of electronic-y, indie, trancey. I don't know. It fits the mood of the game really well. And you've just got a lot of really like trippy visuals. The game's all about like getting through different parts of hell to eat different moons. And there's all these like philosopher statues you have to talk to along the way that give you advice, and then weird floating skeletons, and there's nothing too weird for this game. Like nothing like grotesque, I guess, so far, surprisingly. But you're playing a demon trying to escape hell, I guess.
Kind of struck me as something that like Suda 51 might make.
It's got a vibe like that, but when it comes down to it, it's also just like a skateboarding game. It's just way less complicated than any other skateboarding game. Like a lot of stuff's handled automatically. It's more about like just doing the button sequences.
Getting into a flow.
And balancing is not very tough, and like you grind automatically if you land on a rail, that kind of thing. So, and it's a completely different control scheme that takes a little while to get used to. They kind of reveal it to you as you go, like how to do it, and each level has like a sort of overworld kind of area, and then you enter the different challenges through that, and those are the challenges where you have to like go through like basically a gauntlet of challenges using your different moves and stuff. So I mean, it's just a really cool indie game that I think gives me what I want out of an indie game, just a really strange but cool vibe, and like maybe a little unsettling, but still fun gameplay, and just kind of a desire to see what's going to happen next at all times because it's just so bizarre.
How is
And
it unsettling?
it's just like I said, everything's really like when I say grotesque, like not grotesque like in a bloody way. So
Mm.
I guess things probably are grotesque in the sense that it's all these like distorted, weird images, but it also kind of has an almost like um vaporwave, the whole vaporwave aesthetic. It's got a bit of that going on too, where it's like I said, like floating philosopher heads and stuff like that.
Mm.
Very much kind of gives that vibe. So I guess the unsettling thing is just that um everything you speak to is like, like a severed head or something. It's not like you're not just talking to normal things in this because everything's in hell and yeah, there's like big floating eyeballs and stuff.
Did you beat it?
No, I think I'm on the third set of stages. I don't know how many there are. It's not supposed to be a very long game, but I mean, I've been playing so much other stuff. But I did want to try to beat it before the Game of the Year list, but I did not beat it. But I definitely think it should be in my list.
Is it kind of a music game in some way? I mean, like, the music features prominently, and you're kind of skating along. It seems like you said that it was a little bit more like simple skating. So in my mind, that kind of makes it is something like, almost like a better Bit Trip Runner or something like that, where you're just kind of moving along with the flow. And
I think so. I think
Yeah.
that's a good descriptor. Yeah. Or if you ever played what's that game that Thumper? It's got a little bit of a
oh yeah,
vibe.
Thumper.
Like
That's good.
the stages, like you kind of have a Thumper kind of vibe.
I do have that one. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I have that one too.
a lot less difficult.
Yeah, Thumper was hard. Yeah, I could only play that game for so long because it was definitely difficult. Yeah, the only thing I heard that it was, it's not going to be like Tony Hawk or whatever. It's like less emphasis on tricks and stuff. It's more about, like I saw there's like bosses where you have to like land like in a certain spot to hurt them
Yeah.
and stuff like that, right? Like it's more
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
less based on tricks and more about like moving around, and it's more about the presentation than actually like
Like I think I fought a
skateboard
boss
stuff
where
or
I had
whatever,
to do
yeah.
like kick flips within a certain distance from the boss, and it would hurt him or something like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in this game. I think it looks really cool.
I invite weird games like this,
Sure, yeah.
like, and it I think it's just at that point where if it had gone just a little bit further, maybe it would have been too weird and like starting to be kind of cringy because it was just weird for the sake of weird. But no, I think there's a very solid theme here in the weirdness.
And according to your profile, it says you've played it for 3 hours.
Yeah.
For the time on there. Yeah, no, I'm definitely interested in it. I didn't really buy any games for Christmas, so I've just been trying to catch up on my old ones.
Probably a smart idea.
But I'm definitely interested in it. Also, I'm holding out for February, which has like 4 games that I want. The onslaught of February that's coming. So
Oh, right. Yeah.
So I have no reason to buy anything right now. Also, like it's this time I'm always broke this time of year, so it's and I have plenty of games to play. I don't need anything else. But Skate Story is still. I mean, I have it on my wish list. I'm sure if it goes on sale, I'll check it out at some point. And I'll stay tuned to hear your impressions when you make it all the way through when you beat it. I'm sure it'll be in a in a future episode.
It will be. This is a good. By the way, I did want to mention like playing it on the Switch 2 with the headphones plugged into the Pro controller.
Oh, nice.
Very nice.
Oh, nice.
Very nice.
Very immersive.
The game kind of demands it that you wear headphones.
Nice. I only did that like one time. I played We Love Katamari with the headset on. And there was one time I did game chat like that, just because I got those headphones that I use them for editing, but I do not use the mic at all because I don't use game chat ever. But I just thought that, whenever I figured that, my Fortnite friend would have gotten a Switch 2 by now, and I would use it, and we would use it on Fortnite, but he never did. But he said he's going to get it in a couple months. That's what I heard. But I was like,
It's
you should,
not
man.
exactly cheap.
Fortnite looks a lot better on Switch 2 than 1. That's for sure. But yeah, is that good for you for Skate Story?
Yes.
All right. Do you want me to go for 10, or do you want?
You go ahead, Trey.
Do you want to virtual arm wrestle? No.
Yeah.
So my number 10, actually, there was a lot of different games fighting for number 10. For me, as per usual. And this is another game that we spent many, many episodes talking about. So it would be stupid for it to not be on this list. And I think I had it a little bit. I think it had one higher, but it moved down one. Nothing against the game, just the other one. There's another one that slid in above it. But this game is a game that'll be, I'm sure, is on all of your lists as well. Probably much higher than this, but this is where I put it on mine. And this one is UFO 50. Is number 10 for me. Which I actually did. I've been in the process of making my top 10 video, and I'm that far. I made it through the UFO 50 stuff. I have that part edited and with voiceover. And I was going to say, I remember John said so many times that you wanted to make a video out of your like captures that you did for Mario Maker 2.
Yeah.
It's real easy to get your captures on your computer now because you can airdrop them from your phone to your computer, and you don't need an Elgato or whatever. I'm just saying that you guys should like airdrop your stuff to your PC or Mac or whatever and put something together for the fun of it.
Even worse, I already have all my Mario Maker stuff on the computer.
Oh, you already have it on there anyway.
Yeah, I do.
So you have no excuse. You should just I don't know, experiment. Try to put a video together. That's what I say. And I airdropped all of my, because I have room to do 30-second captures now with the Switch 2. I like captured the hell out of the games that I knew was going to be on the list, and I uploaded them all to my computer. And I had like 130 some 30-second captures that I did.
Wow,
it was a lot. And
you have to use every single one of them.
And you know how many captures I had for a UFO 50? 0. I had one. I had the picture of the alien guy from the Onion delivery, the one where he says like, oh, everything is going to be normal and that'll be boring or whatever. Like that's the only picture that I had snapped from the whole thing. So I basically recorded myself playing some of the games that I liked and edited that around. But no, UFO 50 is great. The party game is awesome. I don't know. Like I said, we spent like so many episodes talking about this game. We even did like a Patreon episode building our own like UFO 50 out of existing games that would have happened in that time span and all that. So we talked the hell out of this game. I know both of you guys like it. I mean, I'm sure it's in your list somewhere. I'd be really surprised if it wasn't in either of your lists.
Right.
This is where it is for me at number 10.
So maybe.
And I only beat one game on there. I beat the one game where you like raise a racing thing or whatever, and you bet on it. That's the only one I got to the credits on. I forget what it's called. It's really easy. Jeremy was telling me about it.
Yeah, that's probably the easiest one to get a.
Because I basically like sponsored a racer, and I just threw all my money into it, and then whenever they raced, I bet on them, and I won all the money, and then I got credits. That's how I beat that one, and I did it in like a night. And I think I remember you telling me that it was an easy one to do because I wanted to see credits on one of them, and that's the only one I actually beat all the way through.
I know typically that when we have common things on each of our lists, we all kind of like take the opportunity to talk about the bulk of it on here. But I think given that UFO 50 has so many games, maybe a good idea would be to like just each like Trey say what's your favorites of all the games, and then we each say our favorites or whatever for when we're talking about it.
Well, I was gonna say for spoilers. For spoiler's sake, just wait until it comes to you and you can say more about UFO 50. But UFO 50 has 50 games in it. It's got the fake developer UFO Soft. There's stories about how the games were developed. There's there's sequels and like all this other like lore that's inside of there and secrets too, right? As Jeremy was saying, I never really fucked around with any of that, and like different unlockables, or what was it, like cherries or whatever that you find, like certain things that are gold make the cartridge gold, or all these different things that you can do
to fill the little dollhouse that's in there with your surprises and whatever. Yeah.
And as I said in my video that's not out yet, all you need, you only need to love like one game to make this game worth it. But there's 50 of them, and you may love all 50 of them, and you have hours and hours and hours of gameplay on here. Like I know Jeremy broke like 200 hours on this game, so it's there's a lot to do in here. And I really like the party game. I still haven't beaten the regular first version of it. Like I didn't get all the aliens to come, but I still think that game is great, and it's a lot of fun to play. It's a great editing game to play. I like the horror game, even though I didn't beat that one either. But I really like the way it looks, the point and click horror game. I think the one I played the most actually was Grimstone, the RPG one.
RPG.
That's where I put, because my hour count is 30 hours on UFO 50, and I think 20 of those hours is probably for Grimstone, because I played the crap out of that game right before the demo for one of the games that are on my list came out, and then it was done after that. Then I didn't come back to Grimstone. But I mean, there are plenty. I really like Camouflage. That was a cool one with the little lizard guy where you go around and change color. Like that kind of had a lot of like Adventures of Lolo vibes.
It had Lolo vibes, and it was a stealth game, and which I wasn't expecting, which was just part of the joy of this game, is that there's genres in there that you wouldn't think would be in there because you have some idea of like what an NES game is. And all these are kind of aping NES games, right?
Yeah, but
so I wasn't thinking like back then there weren't stealth games. I guess you call the original Metal Gear one, I suppose. But and as I'm playing the Chameleon game, it's like I'm slowly realizing this is like a little bit like Hitman in some way. Oh, cool on the NES.
Sure, yeah.
Amazing thing about this game.
Yeah, there's, like I said, you just gotta find like one that you like, and they have so much depth to them that it's like one. This is one, but there's 50 of them. There's a lot of different things to play. So yeah, of course it had to be on my list somewhere, and it made it to number 10. So there you go.
All right, my number 10 is a game that Trey just recently got me. It's Drag X Drive.
Whoa!
Yeah, I was wondering if that was gonna make it in there or not.
It's getting announced in our Game of the Year coverage episode. Wow!
It wasn't to force it in there. I just thought that you should play it, and you never did. So, it was. I mean, I guess both of my gifts were kind of joke gifts, but they were funny. Like sending Jeremy the Guardian amiibo and sending you the Drag and Drive code.
Right there.
But you always wanted to play it, and you never got around to it, even though it was so cheap. So I just got it for you, so you could try it out on your own. But Drag X Drive, Drag and Drive, whatever it's called, talk about it.
Yeah, it's my number 10. And I when this game was announced, honestly, like I was excited for it. I thought it looked kind of cool, and I liked that Weird Nintendo was showing up at the launch. That to me, like that told me good things about the Switch 2 and the way it was heading. It's like, yes, we got a weird one. Cool. That's what we need from Nintendo. And then I started to hear some like previews that the game wasn't really all that moving your arms around got tiring pretty quickly, and it kind of like put a damper on it. I remember
that's why you shouldn't watch reviews of anything. Live your own life. Yep. That's what I say. I haven't watched YouTube in like 3 weeks. It feels great.
Well, I then they did the test drive, which I did get to try out, a little bit. I was like, yeah, this is pretty fun. I can see how this would be cool. And I'm really glad that you actually bought it for me, because I don't know that I would have, we're 6 months out from the launch, and sort of the luster is a little bit gone or whatever.
They did update it. they did add some stuff to it, like right around the time that I got it for you. They did do an update, and they added some extra something. Nice. There's something in there. I don't know what it is, but they did give it an update, like way after the fact. They did add some sort of extra mode on there. I don't know what it is exactly, but they did add something.
Well, I found that in general, it just kind of scratched the Rocket League itch. Like it's a similar type of game.
Yeah, it's got a lot of Rocket League vibes, except it hurts a lot more, right?
Right.
To play it.
And I found that doing the wheelchair motion and all that, like you do get a little tired after a while, but I found it to be responsive, and the controls are pretty intuitive. And it does harken back to a little bit of the Wiimote days, which I enjoy that part of it too. Um, and I think it's just a fun game overall. It's you look goofy, and you're waving your hands around, and they, that's good stuff for a Nintendo game. And I played it over at my brother, my sister and brother-in-law's house, and I was playing with my nephew when I was watching him one day, and he really got into it. And actually, for his birthday, he got a Switch 2, and then so for Christmas, which is a week after his birthday, I got him Dragon X Drive. So
Whoa!
R.I.P. furniture at your sister's house.
yeah,
It's gonna tear it up.
Yeah, he liked it.
Or any sort of I don't know, any sort of coffee tables or whatever.
All of his pants are gonna have like these worn out spots on them.
Yeah,
right. But he got the Switch 2. He actually earned it. He earned the money for the Switch 2 himself, but that was like
through chores,
all he could afford.
Chores or something.
Selling popcorn for the Cub Scouts.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
And so he was like the top earner. He sold like over $1,000 or something.
Dang.
I think it was maybe $2,000 worth of popcorn.
That's a lot of kernels.
Yeah. And so he earned enough like gift cards or whatever they were giving him, and he bought a Switch 2, but he didn't have enough to get a Switch 2 and a game, right? So I was like, all right, let me get this poor kid a game so he has something new to play. Yeah. So he's been enjoying that.
He didn't want to shell out $10 for Welcome Tour, or he didn't have enough. He didn't have enough for that even.
Right. Yeah, but Dragon X Drive, I'm enjoying it, and I'm gonna keep playing it, and it's part of the reason that I have my my Joy-Con attached onto the Switch 2.
Charge them, yeah.
Now on, so charging.
That's
awesome. I've changed my habit. So
you can use it. You can use mouse mode. You're probably the one who's moused the most. I mean, I used mouse mode I used it for Mario Paint, and I used it for that other weird game with Mario and Mario, or whatever it's called. I played it on that one too, which was pretty fun for what it was. But yeah, you get some usage out of it, and maybe you can play online against your nephew or something.
Yeah. Last note I'll say is that it's actually priced perfectly, which is
for what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. To certain other games that came out at launch. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
$20 is like the right idea. Yep. Perfect.
Yeah, I thought it wasn't a bad. I mean, I was originally interested in buying it, but then I played the demo and I was like, I'm not going to play this game. It was a lot of effort, and it did remind me a lot of Rocket League, and I don't really like that game. So I was like, yeah, nah, I'll pass. But I tried it, and I recorded myself playing it very badly and put it on YouTube. You can find it there.
I've not tried it yet, but someday.
You can play the demo now. You can
play
it. You can play it whenever. Whenever they updated it, they made the demo like playable at any time. So you can do like the tutorial stuff and you can play against computer players. But you can't play online. But you can still get an idea of what it feels like,
Okay.
You can feel your arms, ache as you do it. It's a workout. We get to move on to number 9?
We're good.
All right. Number 9.
All right. Number 9. I didn't think it was going to make it, but it made it. When I thought about lots of other stuff, I felt like this game had to be in here. Stray Children.
Oh, yeah. There it is.
All
Stray
right.
Children. Yeah.
Recently, we found out it seemed like we were the only ones talking about it, but
I think we were. I mean, for whatever, for my
it seemed
circle,
that way.
I didn't hear anybody else talking about it.
But this is the spiritual sequel to Moon, the weird RPG that was from the 90s that came out on Switch 4 or 5 years ago now. And It was the first Western release of the game, translated and all that. So, yeah, this game is like kind of picks up where that one left off, but uh, whereas Moon inspired Undertale and Deltarune, this game's directly inspired by Undertale and Deltarune. So it's got the very similar mechanics, and I was a little frustrated with the game at times. I'm not going to lie. It's really hard to do the pacifist route, and therefore I never did. But it is an option, and for that I have to say maybe I need to go back and give it another try and do that a little more. But the way the prompts work to like avoid the fights, it's kind of random sometimes, and it's you have to do it in the right order, and you have to start all over again, and you're running out of hit points in the meantime. So it's kind of tough, but you never get like a second character either. You're always just one character fighting in the battles. And that was kind of a bummer too, but it also made sense. Moon, I don't think you had other people in Moon. But
Yeah, no party.
more than anything, the music and the art were just top notch in this, and the weird, like all the weird like scenarios in it that just, I don't know. There's just these spooky things that happen in that game that are just so cool.
Yeah, I still want to play it. I know that you got a little bit down on it there, which kind of like made me think, maybe I don't want to do it. But I liked Moon, and I love Chibi Robo, which obviously, I won't talk about that too much. But yeah, so all the DNA is in there is of a game that I would like to play. But I'm glad to hear that it's on your list, because it does kind of make me feel like, well, maybe I should pick it up again. I think it's like $25 or something like that, right?
It's 30.
Yeah.
30.
Yeah, you should make yourself beat Moon. Moon is what you should do first.
I should, yeah.
And they're different. They're very different games, and
Yeah.
Moon's
But you already
Moon's
have that one.
by
Play
far
for
the better
free.
game.
Hmm.
I would say. This is like a little bit more of the same atmosphere, and obviously the same people are making it, so you got to see some cool character designs, and I really like the idea of like the enemies in this are adults that have been corrupted by real life, and so all the children are like basically fighting against them.
I think I remember it got mentioned on Axe of the Blood Gods Game of the Year episode. I heard
Did
it
it?
on there.
Nice.
That's like that was the first time I had heard it mentioned anywhere aside from like NVC.
Yeah, Rebecca
So-
Valentine said something about it, but that's
Yeah.
the only person I'd heard mention
Yeah.
it.
But they mentioned it on their Game of the Year one, their Bloodies,
Cool.
the Bloodies episode or whatever. So I don't remember if it won a category or not, but they mentioned it as a nominee. But yeah, I mean, I figured if it goes on sale enough, I'll try it out. I didn't really get into Moon, but I can always try this one too. I do like weird RPGs, and the art style does look really cool.
Very weird.
So yeah, glad it made it on the list still.
It made it.
All right,
That's good for me.
So I'm up, right? It goes Jeremy, me, John, right? Is that how we did it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Number 9. All right. So my number 9 is, what is my number 9? Oh yeah, I should. I know I've looked at it a bunch of times, but I told you my list is always changing all the way up till we actually do the episode. Like I'm always switching them around. So I have to make sure that it's in the right spot, because this one actually was going to be a couple spots higher, but I made it lower because of another game I put in there, but not because I think it's bad at all. I had a lot of fun times playing it. And this game is Pokemon Legends ZA, or Z through A, which I put 21 hours into that game. Oh yeah, what was your hour count on Stray Children? Do you know?
I don't. I forgot to bring my Switch up with me.
I was say I might be able to find it on your profile.
I think it was right around maybe like 15 or 20 hours.
I'll say you beat it. So
You look on your
definitely-
on the shopping app, you can see all that stuff.
On the shopping app?
Oh yeah. It has all your times on there. But I think probably since you got so many other games, it probably won't show it on here. Yeah, I can't find it on your profile because you've played so many other games since then. But if you look on the shop app, you can find if you click on
You
your
look under
play
there's a
action.
category that says games played this year or whatever, 2025.
When I was trying to figure out stuff about the stats, about the year stats, actually checked the Nintendo Today app, and it turned out that my phone had actually deleted it because I hadn't used it for so long. You know, like which annoys the crap out of me, but the iPhones, they'll like delete your apps if you don't use them enough, and you have to
it's a setting.
re-download them.
Yeah, you can change that setting.
But I just thought it was funny that I haven't used the Nintendo Today app so long and so long that they uninstalled it because I was like, oh wow, that's funny, because why would I? It's a stupid app. But it didn't help me at all on that stuff. But
yeah, I don't think it's showing because I think I had to get rid of Stray Children to make room, and now I don't think it's showing up at my.
Oh, it should still be there on the shop app.
Yeah, I don't see it.
You just click on.
If you go there, I'll lead you to it. So if you go,
you gotta go down to the bottom where it says Play Activity. Well, you click on your face on your.
Yeah,
I've
got it on All Activity and Most Recently Played.
You go to Play Activity, and it'll show like every game that you played, like for the year. Like mine has actually it might even show more than mine has like thousands of games here. Like I think the games go all the way back to like Wii U even, so it should be on there. You should be able to find it because. Yeah, this shows like stuff I played on 3DS on here. Yeah, there's Wii U games also.
If you sort by date first played, then you can see the year.
Oh wait, I found it.
Yeah.
So just go to all activity.
It says over 20 hours.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, like you said, 15 to 20, which is the amount of time I spent with the game that's my number 9, bringing it back, Pokemon Legends Z through A.
Pokemon Legends Z through A. I was wondering if that would show up. I didn't hear you guys talk about that too much after it came out.
Well, I mean, I played it with my nephew, and I had a lot of fun with it. When he was here for my niece's wedding, we stayed up till 2:30 in the morning playing it, as he told everybody at the wedding after, which I thought was pretty funny. But we had a lot of fun with it. He helped me trade because there's a lot of Pokemon that you have to trade to evolve in there. So he helped me get my favorite Pokemon, Alakazam, which you have to trade to evolve. Plus like Gengar, and there's Mega Evolutions and all that. I bought the game for my niece actually for her wedding, and she's put almost 200 hours into that game. She's playing the crap out of it. She was a little disappointed that I had not played it as much as she had. But I was like, well, I got a lot of games. Sorry, but we were going to try to trade Pokemon while I was at my sister's house for Christmas, but we didn't get around to it. But Pokemon ZA, it's Legends ZA. The Legends games always go a different way, and this one definitely has gone a different way because, as I mentioned before on this show, Nintendo even put this in the action category and not the RPG category on the eShop because now we have active battles. So now it feels like Xenoblade Chronicles. So if you played that game, you'll be a little more familiar with the way it works. Which actually I think makes it much harder now because you don't have turn-based battles and they can attack you whenever you want, and you can also get attacked by 10 fucking Pokemon at the same time if you're not paying attention. And your main character can get killed or can get knocked out, and then you get an automatic game over. So
Sounds like a
be
Legends
careful.
thing.
Yeah, that's how Arceus was too. But this one's a little bit worse. I think that's part of why I stopped playing it is that it's hard. It's actually pretty hard. Like I've been knocked out a lot, and I was playing it to get some capture stuff for my video, and I got knocked out like 3 times, just because they have these different park areas that you go to where you can capture like wild Pokemon, which you can capture the Pokemon anywhere in the city actually, but these are the ones where it shows you like, all right, here's what's there, or it'll show you silhouettes before you find them, and then it'll show them. But there could be like alpha ones in there that are crazy like crazy tough, and that's why I kept getting killed. This alpha kept attacking me, not the Pokemon. And if you get hit like 3 times, you get knocked out, and then you wake up at a Poke Center. But yeah, it was really cool that this one was more based around battles. I think was cool because you at night you battle against other trainers, and you have to build up your training number. And when you get it to a certain point, then you can challenge like whoever has like the next spot, whoever has the letter. So it kind of reminded me a little bit of like No More Heroes in that way too, where you start at Z and you got to work your way up. Even though I think around like Y or W, it skips all the way to F. It skips a bunch and takes you up to like the top 8 or whatever. But that's fine. But yeah, no, it's they added Mewtwo in there. It's cool. I had a lot of fun with it, and I'd like to go back and finish it. I never beat it, but I put 22 hours into it. That's what it said on my game save. So yeah, good shit. I think it's a fun game, and I think it's worth playing. And I think it's I said it before anybody else did on this podcast. I think it's influenced by Yakuza 4 specifically, because that's the one where you can go on top of buildings. That was the one where you get to go, you get to go above buildings, but you also get to go to the sewer. It kind of reminded me of that. Whereas because there's a lot of like rooftop stuff in this game. You can't. I haven't found Karen yet, but she should be there somewhere with her Switch, hanging out on the rooftop, and you could talk to her. But yeah, Pokemon Legends EA. It's a fun game. I was originally going to have it at number 7, just because I thought that'd be perfect, because it felt like a 7, but in a good way. But now it's at number 9. So there you go. It dropped a couple spots because there were some other things that I also this year before I've said like, oh, I don't want to put games in that have already been released in previous years. I threw that law out. So I'm doing it different this year, because there's some games that came out in other years on different systems, but I never played them, and I played them this year, and I really liked them, so I'm putting them in the list. Damn it! So
I think that's fair too, because we've got a new system that's got the horsepower to handle some re-releases.
Right. Some of these re-releases are like pretty good.
And also as like a, kind of a buyer's guide for like Switch 2, being like, hey, these are really solid games on Switch 2 that I would recommend to anyone who has one that likes this type of game. So, and so far, UFO 50 is my only Switch 1 only game so far. And of course, Legends I got the Switch 2 version, which I actually only paid I used like a game voucher for it. That was my final game voucher was for Legends. So technically, at the time, I only paid $10 for the upgrade.
Legendary and tier game vouchers.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Well, speaking of Legends and re-releases of old games, I'm throwing in there Legend of Zelda, and I'm combining both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, because the DLC updates were practically the same applied to both games. No, I did not actually play Breath of the Wild, but I just feel like, as we're calling this or sort of like a guide to what to get on Switch 2 or whatever, like it's an absolute steal to either of these games, the Switch 2 editions, right? They both look prettier, but more importantly, they function better. Like, you had Breath of the Wild, which was perfection, and then you had Tears of the Kingdom, which was perfection upon perfection, and then now with the Switch 2 editions, it's the cherry on top. The app specifically, like it just sort of fills in all the gaps and like makes it the most playable it has ever been. It answers all the questions, the little like, oh, the thing is too big, and how do I find 999 Koroks or whatever? The answer is you use the app. It's great. I logged another probably, I'm just guessing, on the Switch 2, because the Switch 2 doesn't actually track the different hours for these games. Like, it doesn't say here's what you played on Switch 2.
Yeah, it uses it all as one thing, right? But this is
I think I added another
upgrade.
200 hours to Tears of the Kingdom, just because of the app and how much I enjoyed using that to find every little bit and bop, whatever.
You got the bubble, whatever they are,
All the bubble frogs.
The bullfrogs, which you had that one that you couldn't find, but the app saved you. You could.
The app saved me, and I did find every last bubble frog, and it's very thorough. I don't know if you guys ever really poked. I know Jeremy probably has poked around.
I did a little bit.
I have not played the Switch 2 versions of either of those games yet.
Specifically with I went back to Breath of the Wild and found like one or two. I couldn't beat them, but I found one or two of the shrines I couldn't find. They were really hard.
Whenever I get my cardboard Virtual Boy thing, I'm popping it on to play Breath of the Wild VR. I'm saying it right here. So I'll re-download Breath of the Wild Switch 2 version to play the VR mode with the Virtual Boy and see if it works. That's my plan. So I will be doing it whenever that gets here, which I think the Virtual Boy is supposed to drop like February 17th. So it's pretty close. It's just a little over a month away.
Yep. The app is like also great for completionists. Like people who really want to squeeze every last drop out of these games. Like, you can see all the things that are like left to do without spoilers. It's not spoilery in any way. It's just like, for instance, I have on here my play data says like what I have left to get. Okay, categories. So there it is. So like Shrines of Light, I've got 100% of those. Caves, 100%. Villages, 100%. But if I scroll down, I see other places. Other places as at 98%. So there's like, I know there's a little 2% there somewhere that I still have left to find. Or the Koroks. I have 57% of the hidden Koroks and then 85% of the traveling Koroks.
Can you look at the path of the hero on the app, like where it shows where you've been already?
Actually, maybe
I would hope so.
I don't think you can. Regardless, it only saves 257 hours.
Yeah. So
it's whatever you're. Yeah. Well, it's the last like almost 300 hours that you put into it.
Right. But yeah, the path of the hero in combination with all this stuff is just like if you want to find every little thing and you can't, like, I don't know, must be something wrong with you. Like this is it's just it encourages you to play even more, to get more out of this great game. And the game continues to be fun, and it doesn't get less fun. It's just a fantastic game. Still giving after all these years.
I would say that, like, you don't have to feel like it's cheating because this is coming straight from the tippy top. They made
it's coming straight from the tippy top. Yeah, it's not like I'm looking up something online or whatever. This is part of the game
from Nintendo themselves.
You don't have to search on game facts or whatever going way back, from Nintendo themselves. So I just looked at this and realized, every time I find Addison, I'm like, really? There's another one? The guy with the sign and all that.
Oh, right.
So I've only got 83% of the Addisons. There's still 17% left to find somewhere. And it makes me want to.
I wonder if there's 100 of them.
I don't know. Yeah. So, yeah, I love this app, and I love Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild even more because of it. So there it is. Number 9. We're
on number 8. All right, number 8. This is kind of going along with what Trey said before. John said his game that this is a great game to recommend. It's a re-release, but it runs really, really well on the Switch 2, and that is Cyberpunk 2077.
Yeah, there it is.
Nice.
I was sad that I could not partake in the discount that you got for it. I missed it.
How long was that window open where it was $15?
It was several hours. I mean, it took them a little while to pull it down.
It was a few hours, but I thought it was going to go for the amount of time that it said. It said it would go till like January 7th or something like that. And I was in the process of trying to play a game for games my mom found at the time, and I had just not turned my Switch on. I was like, I'll get to it later. I was trying to get through Xenosaga 2. And then by the time I got to it, it was gone. So I was like, like I sat down to buy it, and then it was not there anymore.
What was the story behind that? Wasn't it that they had that and Witcher on sale?
And I think
they flipped the prices.
They flipped the prices.
I think it was a fluke, where Witcher 3 was supposed to be 18.
I think it was supposed to be
whatever.
it was supposed to be like 20% off or something like that. It wasn't supposed to be like 80% off or whatever it was. Like it was an incredibly good deal. I got it for $17, which this retails for $70.
It did get a sale, but it was $39.99. Was what the sale was supposed to be? Yeah. So
I think that's a good price for it.
Yeah. So the Cyberpunk sale was supposed to be $39.99, but for some hours it was 17 something, right? Like 17.84.
Yeah. And this also comes with the DLC, the Liberty City. So, not Liberty City, Phantom Liberty.
Phantom Liberty. Yeah.
I got to imagine it probably worked out pretty well for them regardless, because so many people were like, oh yeah, I want to get that. Oh, I missed it. Well, I'll get it anyway. It's $40.
I was going to say it was
probably the story.
It was the first game to break to break the top sales of another game that might be on our list, Metroid Prime 4. So that was the one that beat it with Cyberpunk 2077 on the charts, on the eShop charts at the $18 price.
So yeah, I was glad I bought it. I actually had like a little mental argument with myself about whether or not I should buy it. I was like, well, it's a good price, but I already have it. I can just play it on the PS5. But I really want to see how it is on the Switch, and I don't know. I kind of want to just play it again and have like the comfort of holding this controller that is just so much less unwieldy than the PS5 controller. And the Switch 2 controllers feel so good. Like going back to the PS5 controller doesn't feel so great, I gotta say.
Did you notice like a major difference between like the frame rate and the resolution and all that?
Nothing major. I think like I'd have to actually go back and play the PS5 version and have them running at the same time to be able to tell a difference, I think, because it's run really smooth. Now it's crashed out on me a couple times, but guess what? So is the PS5 version. So.
Yeah. I mean, it auto saves though, right? So you
really and I've never really lost anything because it auto saves a lot, and you can save spam in this game too, which is great. Because you can, save spam and then do some dumb shit, kind of Grand Theft Auto style, go. And then if you die, you can just
go back,
reload it. Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about your reputation or whatever.
Yeah, there's really not a reputation in this, but this game actually, like it has a lot of systems, but it's kind of simplistic once you break it all down, because there's really no like time limits on anything. Someone will be like, meet me at night here, but it just means meet them any night there.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be like, yeah, right.
So you could even be talking to somebody like, oh, I can't wait to play that. I can't wait to do this tonight. And they're like, yeah, meet up with me tonight. But as long as it's at night, you can go any day.
Yeah.
So it's like that, and there is like weather, and there's like a time system and stuff, and it's a really pretty game, like this gigantic, really well detailed city that you're in. I think I've heard people say like Night City is almost like its own character because it kind of feels like a living, breathing city. It's got a fully functional train system. You can ride the train, and all the roads are labeled, and it takes you to the train stops, and I don't know why anyone would want to do that, but it's an option. You can ride the train.
I do think that's kind of cool, though. I am intrigued by virtually riding a train in that world. I mean, I totally want to play the game. My plan was I was just going to wait for like the physical to drop because the game is pretty big. It's like 60 gigs about, right? And I don't have any space on my Switch.
It's huge.
And I was planning on just buying the physical one because it's all on there, but the price never dropped really. I think the lowest I saw was like 60 maybe, like new, because people keep buying it because it's actually on the card. Pay attention, companies, to get rid of those fucking game key cards or whatever and sell it. Honestly, I think that I would buy more physical games if they had ones entirely on the cart, because Switch 2 games are so big and it's hard to fit them all on your system, especially if you don't have an additional card or whatever. I would find myself, gravitated towards getting more physical games because I wouldn't have to worry about carving out like 60 fucking gigs or whatever. Like if I could get WWE 2K25 or whatever, like, and it was all in the cart and I didn't have to make space for like 70 gigs, I would have probably gotten it already, It's like that just seems to be a big holdback for me, is trying to find space on my system because there's a lot of games I don't want to get rid of. That's my rant on game cards. But no, Cyberpunk 2077, they did it right. They put the whole game on there. And it made me intrigued to want to get the physical version because I wouldn't have to worry about, I'm sure there's some sort of install, but it would not be as large as just downloading it,
Yeah. But I will say, like, just a really, really fun sandbox game. Some of the best like character models I've seen in a game, like really expressive expressive facial expressions, whatever. But the characters are very expressive. Like their movements are somewhat natural. I mean, it's been a couple years since I first played this game, so it's starting to show its age. But I mean, it's one of the best looking, like adventure games period, as far as like how well everything's animated and how all the systems work together. I love it. There's a lot of cool character development, and you get to have a lot of like conversations with people, and you got Keanu Reeves following you around, and he's really good in this. And don't forget, full frontal nudity on a Nintendo system. That's right. You can see wiggling penises in this game.
Hey, that one game did it right off the bat. Outlast.
Yeah.
That was one of my famous tweets, I think, was showing a picture of a fully naked dude chasing me in Outlast. Pretty early on the Switch 1 release.
This game has different pubic hair choices. You know, it's got like
yeah,
can't you really customize your character, and you can just run around naked if you want to. I don't do that. I wear cool clothes, but
can't you like can you like customize your junk size too or whatever? Right?
No, I think that might have been a thing at one point in development, and then they decided against it.
Well, I remember when the game originally launched and it was super buggy, like people's dicks like falling out of their pants, like while you're trying to walk around and your wiener just like, waggling around when you're wearing clothes.
Because there's like dildos and stuff in this game, like a lot of them. But I think initially, like there were way too many dildos. Like they were just like laying all over the place,
breaking the system.
And they had to clean up some of the dildos, just less because it was offensive and more because it was unrealistic to have that many.
Depends on where you're at, I guess.
I mean, maybe in Night City, yeah, like they pay for things in dildos. Like
I mean, they
do with cigarettes in prison. I don't know.
I mean, they got sex shops, right?
Oh yeah, they got
like
this game's
Igor's
really
Dungeons
big on
or
that.
whatever.
I mean, there's a whole like, it's fucked up, but there's a whole thing where like people that want to be like call girls, or you know, not just call girls, call people, I guess, would get like a special chip in their brain that makes them like not remember anything that happens that way. If it's traumatic at all, like they just don't remember.
Oh, that's creepy.
It's fucked up. It's a fucked up game, but it's cool. There's some pretty fucked up shit in this game, but you know, it's a very adult, you know, very mature game, I should say. But I think it's mature without being like
gratuitous.
Gratuitous, yeah. There we go. You know, it's got, like I said, it's like a less tongue-in-cheek Grand Theft Auto, but with a lot more technology.
Yeah, and it's like open world, and you can.
And I mean, it's got like pretty solid RPG elements. Yeah. And you know, the cops will try to arrest you. You gotta run away from the cops, and you get stars, and it's really easy to like hide from the cops. And I'm playing on the easy mode too, so I should say that, like, because I'm playing through it again. I'm like, I'm going to play on easy mode because I just want to have fun. And you can change the difficulty whenever you want, but I think maybe on easy mode it makes it easier to evade the cops because I haven't had much trouble with them.
On the scale of RPG to GTA, where is it?
It's more like just straight up GTA.
It's pretty actiony, right? I think
as you learn all the different abilities, like you can upgrade those abilities, but you're gonna want to do it because they're fun to use, and like the abilities like not only get better, but like they might expand in some way, and like where they do more, like maybe you can double jump now or something if you upgrade a piece. So it's like not really Metroidvania, but I don't know. As you get further in the game, you can basically become a superhero. I guess that's kind of like Saints Row or whatever. Like you kind of do become more like a superhero like halfway through the game as you keep upgrading your cyberware.
And you can, yeah. I mean, I would guess there's like a skill tree or something like that. But like Donkey Kong Bonanza had that. You know, that had RPG elements too. Like I wouldn't think it was like, you know, it's going to be like Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy or old Final Fantasy or something like that, like turn based. You know, whatever. It's all actiony.
There's always something to do too. Like if you wander around, like there will be like somebody that you got to chase down because they're like trying to rob someone, or you know, you can do that, or you can be bad and you can go like kill all the other gangs, and they'll just be all around the place. Like your radar will show you when you're around a couple of gang members, and you just got to get rid of them, and you get extra points for it. And just lots of cool stuff. Lots of shooting, and I will say, like, one of the more gruesome games in the sense of like people blow up and stuff. If you use a grenade, they're gonna be dismembered. Mm-hmm. Their parts are gonna go all over the place, and you might actually need to like collect an item from their severed arm because for whatever reason the game decides that's the collection point for it.
Nice. Yeah, no, I definitely want to play it at some point, and it was a shame.
You get a samurai sword.
It was a shame I missed out on the site.
You can get claws that are like Wolverine claws, and you can get like wire, kind of like garrote wire, like Agent 47 has, and all kinds of cool shit. It's a very like deep, customizable game, and the story's good too. And you know, like, and I never finished Phantom Liberty, so I'm going to do that.
Oh, I thought
that's all about saving the president. No, I never actually finished that module. That's about like saving the president and you get to fight alongside her and stuff. It's pretty cool.
And it's not a shitty one. It's
Right.
It's a president that's not like this one.
Yeah, yeah,
Where
it's
you can
like-
just let him. It's like you can have him.
It's a badass lady president that knows how to use a gun.
Nice. Yeah. No, I saw you put like 46 hours in there.
Yeah, I've already put over 40 hours
already.
in this.
Yeah. I mean, that seems to be like from what I saw you playing. That seems to be what you've been playing.
And there's
more than
still a
anything
lot
else.
to do. I am at the point where I could like go for the end game now, but I want to do all the side quests because it's fun.
Yeah, I'm glad you like it on Switch, especially coming off of playing it on PS5. Like you aren't like, it doesn't like feel like a big difference.
It feels like
does it feel underpowered or whatever?
No, I mean it's like almost as breathtaking as when I first loaded up Tears of the Kingdom with like the because the frame rate, everything about that game is just like buttery smooth with that upgrade, and this game maybe not quite as buttery smooth, but it runs very well, and it's like so surprising to think this was like a benchmark. I mean, it was several years ago, but this was like a benchmark game, and now here it is on a handheld console made by Nintendo.
Yeah, they really put a lot into having this out for the launch, and putting it all on the card and all that. But I think it's worked out well for them because I think they sold a lot of. Like I said, that the price still hasn't dropped. They didn't really have like a Black Friday sale or anything for it. It's still been staying pretty high, so that tells me that they're not having any trouble selling it. So someday I'll get it someday.
I wish y'all both would have got it because I think both of you would think it was great.
Yeah, I just didn't think that it would go away. I just didn't, and I tried that day, but so I'll get it eventually. I'm glad you got to experience it twice and you like it a lot. So yeah, number 8. That's my number 8. So this is the one that kind of upset my whole my whole list because I had different games, but this one slid in there at the end. But this is a game that I've always liked since it first came out. And I just got to spend more time with it on our break. And that game is Persona 3 Reload. Originally, for some reason, I thought it wasn't going to be on my list. But you know what? It's on my list now because I love that game. And I put 30 hours into it, 10 hours on the demo. There's a 10-hour demo that's free. And 20 hours on the purchased game that I got in October. That's 2 of my October games showing up on the top 10 list here so far. That's Pokemon and Persona for anybody who's keeping track. Now, I like the Persona games a lot. Persona 3 Reload is a remake of a PlayStation 2 game, obviously. You play as these kids who are going to school, but at the midnight hour or whatever they call it, basically everybody turns into caskets except for you, and at midnight. And there's a tower called the Tartarus that you go in and you fight shadows there. And of course you can recruit different gods from different religions and all that on your team, just like you could in Shin Megami Tensei, but it's a little bit less hard. And the characters are all of the gods that you inherit. They're all kind of based around different tarot cards also. So like you have like the Tower and the Hanged Man and like all these,
cool.
which also work into the social links when you're hanging out with the people that you meet in the game. So there's there's different things you can do. Basically every day there's, whether you have to go to school or not, there's like 3 times of day. There's like while you're at school, there's after school, and there's evening, and you can pick whatever you want to do during these times, and you can raise your social level with whoever you hang out with. And some people you can date also. If you get to like level 9, you can date them. I haven't gotten that far, but there's one like a shy librarian type lady that I was hanging out with in the game. That's probably the highest that I have. But if you have to max out your other stats if you want to date like your team members. So I was going to try to do that. Like I maxed out my charisma level, but I still have to get my like courage and intelligence up higher to date the other 2 ladies that are in your group. But I just got to the point where I just unlocked the robot lady. There's a robot that you find that I guess she was created to destroy shadows. And I think she was created by your father because she follows you around, and she's like, my mission is to protect you at all times. So she like sneaks into your room while you're asleep, and she's real creepy and all that. I think you can date her too, but I don't think I would want to do that. But these I think this is actually one of the shorter ones too, from what I've seen. How Long to Beat says it's like 60 hours. I'm sure I'll still spend more time on it, but yeah, I like these games a lot. I like the social aspects. I like the characters. I like the dialogue. There's some really funny stuff in it. I'm at summer vacation now. I made it through the finals. So now I'm like in between. You get like a couple months of summer, and then you go back to school in September. So I'm in August right now in the game. But yeah, no, it's been like the only thing I've been playing for the most part over break, because it was just a game that I really, really liked, and I was like, oh, I really got to get back to that. And they just they added the 60 FPS patch now, so it runs at 60, because ran at 30 when it first came out, and you can play the demo at 60 too. If you download the demo, it'll be at 60 FPS, so you can see how smooth it is now. So it got a performance upgrade like within like the last month or so. So it's a lot of fun to play. The soundtrack is awesome. The characters are great. And I guess coming off of one of the other games on my list, I like the battle system on this better, because one of the other ones that I do really like is the battle system is a little slow, and this one is more like it's kind of like Pokemon. Well, Shin Megami Tensei games are actually older than Pokemon, so they kind of started the whole creature collection and all that. But just in the point where you need to use like specific like attack types against specific creatures to be able to beat them. So there is like, this is strong against this, and this is weak against whatever. You get that whole like same thing as in Pokemon, where like this is super effective. Like that's kind of the way the game works. Is they call it like press turn, where you do one move, that's strong, and then you get another move because you did what they're weak against, and you get to do it again. And the idea is to knock them all down. All of the characters, knock them all down, and then you'll get to attack everybody with your whole group at once and do a lot of damage. So it kind of is based around that. But you can also like throw you can do a weak move and then throw it to the next person. They'll do something that knocks them down. You can throw it to the other person. They'll do something that knocks them down. So you can like go from character to character, and they won't get a hit on you if you know about all the weaknesses and all that. And it'll save it in the game. It'll tell you like what's weak on it and like who can use something that's weak on it. They changed all that for like the new modern upgrades, but yeah, it's a good time. It's been a great like relaxing game to just get on there and hang out with my virtual friends in the world of
Nice.
of Persona. I'm pretty sure that don't look up any spoilers. I haven't looked up anything about the story, but I'm pretty sure that your parents created the Tartarus, and that's why you don't get affected by the midnight hour and all that. That's my idea. Because like you're all pretty much homeless except one of the ladies. I think her dad is still alive. He's the only one that lived through the event when the TARDIS was created 10 years ago. And I think that they made because like all the people in the group, their parents are dead for the most part, and I think that they used some sort of protection spell or whatever on them, and that's why they don't turn into coffins. But the whole coffin thing is pretty funny. Like basically, and it relies on the moon, or the way the moon is, like the phases of the moon. And every full moon, you have to fight a boss. You have to fight like a major shadow or whatever. And they happen in different areas. And the last one that I fought was in like a sex hotel, pretty much, or as they call it in the game, themed hotels. But you obviously know what it is. Like they're not hiding it.
It was Nintendo's Love Hotel.
Yeah, they're not hiding it, because you go in one of the rooms, and as I said, people turn into coffins at midnight. And you go into a room, and there's a bed with 3 coffins on top of each other. So they were having a threesome when the hour hit, and they turned into coffins. So there's stuff like that. It's like, oh, hey, what were they doing? And it's got the big like heart-shaped beds and all that stuff. And there's a whole thing with like demons hiding in mirrors, which is interesting, because I saw a mirror and I was like, oh, well, that's weird. It doesn't show the reflection of my characters. That maybe they just didn't want to put that in there. But it turns out that was actually part of the plot. The reason that it didn't show you in the mirror is because the mirror was a demon, and there were other mirrors that did show you in there. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. I didn't notice that. So yeah, it's a great game. It came out last year, and it was kind of super overshadowed by Metaphor ReFantazio, but people can play it now on Switch, and I think it's real good. It's the first of a few Sega entries that might be on my list here. So the Sega trifecta. This is the beginning of it. So expect to see more Sega appearances on this list.
So much suspense.
Because I like Sega. I like Sega now. I'm a Sega person. I just realized that the games that I really like are all Sega games. So, that's where we are.
My next game, there was a game that I was like really wanting to like be revived and come back. And we got that game this year, but before we got that game, we got a spiritual successor in the form of Misk a Tiny Tail. This is a spiritual successor to Chibi Robo.
Oh yeah, I saw that one was on sale. I think we got like a retweet from them or something. They noticed one of our episodes that we talked about them. Oh, we also got a retweet from the Blippo guys from our last episode. By the way, I forgot to tell you that. So play more of that game because they noticed that we talked about it. We got a retweet on Twitter and Blue Sky for both of the posts.
On Blue Sky.
So yeah, I guess maybe they were just looking for people who mentioned Blippo, but I put Blippo in there as something that we talked about, and they reposted us or whatever you call it on Blue Sky. So
nice.
Skeet.
Yeah,
I'm going to talk more about Misk a Tiny Tail right now. So yeah, it's a spiritual successor to Chibi Robo. So if you liked Chibi, if you played it recently on the NSO, and you want more of it, here it is. It's $20 normally. You said it was on sale. It was like 15 or something.
I think it's on sale right now. Well, at least it was because it was on my list, and I was looking at whatever, but it might not be on sale anymore. Yeah, it's $20 regular, but it's not on sale as of right now. But
we'll get it anyway. So yeah, it plays like Chibi Robo. It's you're a little tiny robot, and you're made up of like junk parts, and you live in this little almost like Pikmin like village, like like it's like the plants are huge, and the other little robots are running around. And their houses are made of junk, and it's all cute. You're like little like scrap heaps, and like you got a little like tin can head, and it rattles around as you walk, and you're just like doing like little missions, collecting little bolts and cleaning the place up, making the place look good, and helping your little friends that are around you, which is like they're all like little like robot dogs and cute little things like that. And there's lots of memorable characters. Like the one that I remember the most was like this beetle guy, and there's these beetles in the second level that they're like beetle weightlifters, and they all talk like bros, like, yeah man, look at my reps and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But the story that you encounter with them is one of the beetle bros says, oh man, I really like hanging out with this other guy, and I want to tell him how I feel, and you kind of like help this guy to express himself, and then come to find out the other guy feels the same way, and like they're like, yeah, we could be beetle bros for life and all that, so it's this like charming little love story between these little bodybuilders that you play a part in, which and it's not like a knock you over the head kind of thing. It's just like a thing that just is, and you're helping two people who are two people who love each other to get together and get married, and it's like a charming little thing. It's so it was a sweet little moment there. One of my top gaming moments of the year to discover that in there. It was fun. Overall, it's like it aims for Nintendo quality, and I think it like gets there as close as a very small dev team possibly could. Like the charm is there, the writing is there, it echoes of the wit and humor that we all associate with Nintendo and their best games. It's a little bit smaller in scale, I would say, but I'm totally fine with that. It's $20, and I don't know, it made me feel the warm and fuzzies all over. I probably played a total of it was one of those where I got it, and then something else came out, and I got sidetracked. So I think I probably only played 4 hours or 5 hours of it. And then, of course, we got the real deal. We got Chibi Robo, and that took me off in another direction. So I intend to go back to get this and not to get it to finish this, rather. See it through to the end, because I really thought it was very charming.
For sure. I know we're not like halfway through, but do you guys need to take a break?
Yeah, let's take
like right now, even though we're like at 8.
Yeah, let's take a big break.
I do want to mention before I forget, before we take a break here, I do think it's interesting that so far we have not have any doubles at all in our first like 3 games. So far, I mean, but at this point in the race, nothing has been mentioned more than once. So I just find that interesting. Thinking the whole time. All right, so yeah, we're gonna take a break right now. We'll be back and continue on our list here. So stay tuned.
Hey, you.
It's me, Mario.
Yeah, you. Subscribe to our Patreon to hear our bonus shows, which happen every month.
I'm tired.
Tired of all the big corporate podcasts spoon-feeding you the same old video game news on every single show?
Spaghetti. Ravioli.
Then expand!
With Nintendo Main Expansion Pack.
It's us talking about old games that were important to us. It's us interviewing people that we meet at conventions. And heck, it's live shows from those same conventions. It's basically everything you could want that Nintendo Main ever made.
Here we go! And it's just $1 a month.
That's less than a bad indie on the eShop.
It's $12 a year, which is less than Nintendo Switch Online.
Thank you so much for subscribing to our Patreon and supporting Nintendo Domain.
Just go to patreon.com/Nintendo Main Podcast and, hey, Mario, let go. Whoa! He's throwing us back to the show.
So long, Bowser.
Patreon.com/Nintendo Main Podcast.
Game over.
Back from the break, and we are at number 7.
Number 7
right now.
Speaking of games with good music, this is a game that once again would probably not have made the list if Trey hadn't had a hand in it. Once Upon a Katamari.
That music's great, by the way. I got some songs for our last episode, and there were some bangers that I found that I really, really liked. It made me want to play the game even more because I was like, "Oh, these songs are awesome!" Like
it's a great game.
Like the 3 songs that I got for that episode, where I was really into it. Or no, I think there's only 2 that I have. But was it? Yeah, there's some good jams there. But yeah, Once Upon a Katamari. That's the newest Katamari game.
I would say if it's not my favorite Katamari game, it's my second favorite of all of them. It's just really good. I just really like how it's set up, and the levels are fun, and the challenges are interesting. And it's minimally frustrating for a Katamari game. You know, of course, there's a different level of frustration you have to accept with this game, but some of the other ones really pissed me off. And this one, I don't recall it really pissing me off.
Like in the way of the controls or what?
Yeah, you have the controller to the camera or glitches or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Assorted minutia. But no, this runs great, and I think it's fun. It's a good game. Don't have much more to say about it other than it's just a great Katamari game. Like, it doesn't really do anything new per se. It's
got time
fun.
travel, right?
I guess so. I mean, that's just kind of the story, quote unquote, story mechanic. They get you between levels, but the story's the same as it always was. You're just fixing what the king screwed up.
Yeah, this one's definitely on my list. It was on sale for $30 digital for a while there. I just, like I said, holiday time broke.
Yeah,
I was broke.
well, it's good.
But I wanted to get it, but
I don't think it's just one of those games where if you waited a year or two to play it, you're going to regret that you didn't. But it's
I still
whenever you do get around to playing it, you're going to like it. It's good.
Yeah. Also, I think I told myself I had to beat We Love Katamari first before I get to it, which I still have not done. So I think I still have that downloaded.
Is it bigger than previous Katamaris? So
I feel like
is there some justification for? Okay.
I feel like it's got more levels, but I could be wrong. But I feel like it's got more levels than the other ones. And 2 is my favorite one. The original 2 that we got, We Love Katamari. That's my favorite one. And for whatever personal reasons, I just like that one the best. And this one's very similar to that one in the scale and stuff of things.
Okay, yeah, I remember how that one stepped it up from the first one. So I can picture that.
It did have
my one.
It had less annoying. It had less annoying levels. Because some of in the first one there are some stupid levels where you have to collect the biggest twin or something to beat it.
Yeah,
you end up just getting
nothing like that.
You end up just getting one because it's stupid. And I think they got rid of a lot of that stuff in the second one.
Yeah.
There's some levels that are just kind of throwaway, and then that way.
The challenge levels are pretty frustrating, but I'll go back.
I remember when I saw the first footage from the game, I was kind of like, I was a little hesitant. I was like, well, this looks like, just like the other Katamaris. And I was expecting at this point, maybe we'd be rolling up thousands upon thousands of things with the power of current consoles. And so you say it does feel like significantly bigger in some way, huh?
It does to me.
I mean, I think you're still rolling up a lot of things.
You're I mean, but as far as the amount of levels, it seemed like there's a lot of levels, and I never really felt like, I don't know, when I beat it, I felt satisfied. I wasn't oh, that was over too quick. It did kind of feel rushed at the end, but that's just because I had no way of knowing it was about to be done. It didn't really let me know. And then it was oh, by the way, you're about to beat the game.
Is it if you want to do any side quests, do them now because this is the last level?
Kind of. I think it does. I think it says something
kind of like the RPGs do, where it's this is the point of no return. Go and do
Cyberpunk
whatever
does
you
that
want.
too.
Yeah. I mean, I think all games should do that now. It's unfair that you would just get stuck in it. I remember when I got Mass Effect 2 for PlayStation 3, the GameStop guy was like, "All right, well, I'm going to tell you what the name of the final mission is, because they don't tell you, and once you do that, the game is over." So I knew, I knew what it was. It's called Suicide Mission or something like that. But I remember him telling me that because he's like, "You should know it." So I'm telling it to you, this random person that I don't know. I was like, "All right, thanks." But I took it to. But I, took it to heart and remembered it, and I was like, all right, you got to do this one last because they won't let you come back and do anything else after. And I did beat that game. That's the only one I made it all the way through, but I did. Did you want to say anything else more about Once Upon a Katamari?
Not really.
All right.
If you like Katamari, you'll like it.
Yeah, no, I definitely want to try it out at some point. But as I said, I had plenty of games to play this year. My next game, number 7, is Star Wars Outlaws is my number 7, which I put 40 hours into that game pretty much the first week that I got it. I played it a lot because I really, really liked it. And this was kind of you could say this is the first impossible port for Nintendo Switch 2. And it's also the current has the reigning title of the only game that has ray tracing in it. out of all the Nintendo Switch 2 games out there. I was listening to Digital Foundry podcast yesterday, and it actually made their list of like top 10 best looking games of the year.
I feel like Cyberpunk's got ray tracing.
They said this is the only game that has actual ray tracing on Switch 2.
They must be doing some sort of trickery because it looks like it has it.
I mean, they know. I don't know. They know.
I believe it.
They know words I don't understand, but that's what they say. That the only game that has ray tracing is a. Well, because I think it's because of the way that the engine works for like Outlaws is that it kind of relies on ray tracing to be there, like it needs it. I guess.
Oh, okay.
Supposedly, like Doom: The Dark Ages does the same thing, which I'd really like to see. I'd really like to see that game on Switch too, because I would buy it day one if it came out. But they have a similar thing with that, where a big part of it is in the engine, and you can't really remove it, so it has to be in there, I guess, something like that. But no, Star Wars Outlaws is a really cool game. It's people call it a Han Solo simulator, kind of like you get to play as a scoundrel, and I think what's really interesting about the game is just balancing different different factions and that sort of thing. Like there's like 3 different factions. There's the Hutts, there's Crimson Dawn, and there's the Pikes. And you can basically do different jobs for them. But like say you get hired for like somebody who works for the Hutts, and they're like, all right, we want you to go over here and do this. But right, like say you need to go kill this guy, or you need to go get this information about this character or whatever. And like right at the end of the mission, somebody from Crimson Dawn's going to call you and be like, hey, you know what? Why don't you take that information and bring it to me, and we'll pay you more. But that'll screw over your reputation with the Hutts, but you'll get a better reputation with Crimson Dawn or whatever. There's a lot of stuff like that. So you have to kind of like manage what you're doing between the different groups. And what's really interesting about it is, it's an open world game, and you can move freely from planet to planet. There's probably like 6 or 7 different planets that you can go between, and there's different sections of each planet that will be like owned by different factions. So if the Pikes hate you and you end up in the Pike area, they're going to kill you when you get there, like stuff like that. Whereas if you're on the good side of the Pikes, they'll let you in and you can buy stuff from them or whatever. So like your reputation with the factions has a big play in it. That's why I was asking you about how it worked for Cyberpunk, if it was similar to that, where like if you piss off certain people, you might not be able to travel through areas that they own or whatever.
I don't think it's like that. I think it's just the rival gangs will fuck you up.
No, I really like it a lot. It takes place in between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. So Han Solo is frozen, so you can be the new Han Solo, I guess. But no, the main character Kay Vess, she's kind of different than Solo, but it's you're kind of trying to make money, and also there's an appearance, of course, from the Empire, but it's not all about that. Like I kind of really like the way the game starts, because you basically get introduced to like rebels at the very beginning, and she's kind of like, I don't care about you, I don't want to work with you. So it does that. It's like, all right, we're going to show you like what it would be if it was every other Star Wars game, but it's different than that. We're going to go away from that. Well, you meet up with rebels, but then you end up getting like captured or whatever, and they all get away. So you're done with the rebels after that. And so now you're just living between the lines. And it's cool to do like, do jobs for Jabba the Hutt himself. You could talk to him, and you have a little pet that you carry around called Nix. I was showing this game to my brother-in-law while I was over at my sister's house for Christmas, and he said that Nix looks like Lilo, like Lilo and Stitch, whichever one's the monster in that movie, and it does kind of look like. I mean, is it Lilo or Stitch? I don't know what their names are.
Stitch.
Stitch is the monster one. I never saw that movie, but yeah, no, he does kind of look like Stitch a little bit, or they do. I don't know what Nix's gender is, but yeah, you have this little like pet that comes that you keep with you at all times, and you can do fun stuff where you can send the pet out to go distract that stormtrooper, and they'll like dance in front of the stormtrooper, and the stormtrooper will watch it, and you can shoot him in the back of the head. So you can do like there's a lot of stealth mechanics, that I'm sure you would see. I mean, I'm sure you don't have a pet you can send out in Hitman, but I'm sure there's similar stuff you could do. You could do like that, or you can be like, send your pet over to go flip that switch so I can get through this door, or, like open that door for me, like that sort of stuff. And there's a kind of like a Grand Theft Auto thing with with like the stormtroopers as being the cops. Like if you kill enough stormtroopers, you're wanted in any sort of like Empire owned territory, like that sort of thing. So you can actually pay people who work for the Empire to get your like wanted level down, which is cool too. So like there's all this different and you can do the same thing with the factions. You can pay people off to like make you, to bring it up, or you can just do jobs for them until you get back up. But you'll get prizes too for being at certain levels. Like if you're, I think there's like 3 or 4 different levels, and they'll send you like, you'll get extra shit if you're like this high with Crimson Dawn. They'll send you like a package to your ship, and it'll be like blaster upgrades or whatever. You can upgrade your guns, and you have like infinite ammo too, which is great. I like any game that has infinite ammo. You never run out of ammo. Like you have your regular blaster that always has ammo, but you can steal weapons from people that you're fighting, and that has limited ammo. But I like that you always have a gun that will always have ammo, so you don't have to run around and try to punch people or whatever, or be searching for ammo. I feel like it works really well. And you have a speeder that you can call at any time, and you can ride around. You can ride around the world like that. And yeah, I felt like it looks great. It runs pretty well on Switch, considering that this is was a PlayStation 5 only game, no PS4 version. So I thought that it would probably run like shit on Switch, but it impressed a lot of people. Even to the point of being on their Digital Foundry's podcast. So yeah, it was like this was actually one of the ones where I was like, well, this game came out last year technically on PS5, but I really liked this game a lot. So I was like, well, this should be in my list. So then this was part of the influence of just being like, you know what, I'm going to put whatever in here. I don't really care. And this is a good. I think it really shows off what the Switch can do, and it looks great. I was able to impress my my brother-in-law who plays PS5 and be like, oh yeah, check out this Star Wars game, because he had never played it. He's like, oh yeah, that looks great. And I was just showing 30-second captures that I had done or whatever. Like you fight the Rancor, of course, because if you go to Jabba the Hutt's palace, you have to fight the Rancor. And I showed him that part that I recorded. But yeah, it's cool. And I found, you're in Tatooine. I found a destroyed pod racer at one point. There's fun little stuff. And I took a selfie of myself in front of Han Solo in Jabba's palace, in front of the carbonite and all that.
Oh, nice.
Just because, why not? It's there. I might as well. And there's a photo mode, so go for it. And I saw Boba Fett. I took a picture of him too. I did a bunch of photo mode stuff of random people that I ran into. So it's fun. It was fun, and all the DLC is included also. So it's like an Ultimate Edition, like Cyberpunk 2077, and the DLC is just in the game. You don't have to beat the game to find it. Because I just kind of randomly stumbled on the Lando DLC just while I was playing the game, and I was like, oh yeah, now you unlocked the Lando stuff, and I was like, oh shit, it's just here. If you've never played the game before, it's just a regular mission you can find just like anything else. I guess if you'd played it the first time, you would have had to go back to wherever Lando is, but I just found him naturally through the story, just because the DLC is just kind of stuck in there. And I knew what it was because I had seen it on the trailers for the Direct and all that. I was like, oh shit, yeah, there's the Lando stuff. Cool. So, yeah, it's a great game. I know there's a demo out there, and I think you guys both played it, but I don't think... Yeah. But it's not like... But it doesn't... It doesn't it's not like the first part of the game, or it doesn't I don't even know what it does, but it probably doesn't show off the game in any
it looks
way
pretty.
Or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks nice. I felt like, I don't know, maybe I just got to try it again, or maybe I was playing it on the wrong night or something like that. It didn't grab me right away.
Well, I mean, the game in itself didn't really grab me right away either, but that's, because they got to develop the story and the place she's staying at and all this stuff. And it takes a few hours for you to figure out exactly what's going on. Like I said, because they want to sidetrack you and make you think that you're going to be part of the Rebel Alliance, but then they all kind of run off on you. And it's like, oh, okay, well, this is not where I thought it was going to go. So they kind of switch it around, and you eventually get a crew together, and you're trying to hunt down a certain person and all this stuff. And I think it's great. I really like it a lot. It's a lot of fun to play. And I just you can call your bike to you whenever you want. If for anybody who is mad about the bike stuff for Metroid Prime 4, play this game. The bike stuff is better than this one, I guess. And the worlds are definitely a hell of a lot more populated than the desert area in that one, but whatever. But yeah, I had a great time with it, so it's my number 7. And I don't think it's a 7. I don't think it's a 7. I think it's an 8 as far as reviews go or whatever. I'd give it an 8, 8.5.
Okay.
Maybe even 9. I like it a lot. This is one I want to beat sometime, but it's too big. There's too much to do. It's I don't see myself being anywhere near the end yet.
My number 7 is one that we just talked about a few moments ago. It's Blippo Plus.
There it is.
Blippo Plus.
Yeah, it's fantastic. To me, it's, just to be clear again, to anyone curious, it's not actually a game, at least not as I've discovered so far. It's really, you can think of it like a well done experimental multimedia experience. Like, go in expecting just like just a quirky interactive video. Basically, it's like, the premise is you've somehow hacked into a alien cable TV system, and so you're watching TV. But the whole setup is going to be familiar to anyone who was watching TV in like the 80s or 90s. It's got the TV guide scroll, and then just the vibe in general is like, it's like retro futuristic. So it's like, what if this was an alien cable TV system in the 90s that was like looking forward in some kind of kitsch way, like think like Space Channel 5, like retro futuristic, people in weird costumes who are I say aliens, there's no like creatures or whatever. These are human beings wearing funky outfits saying they're aliens. I love that whole like lo-fi vibe that it has. It really feels like some very creative, like, community theater people came together and made a very polished interactive video. It's one that has basically, okay, so how you encounter the game, right? You turn it on. First thing you're going to see is that TV scroll, and then you can just like flip channels. And as you flip through channels, like, it starts out, maybe there's like probably like 10 channels or so you can jump around, and you'll see different shows on. And each of these bunches of shows are delivered to you in packets, and that's how the game, I said game, that's how the experience kind of like progresses, offers some sense of progression as you get packet 1, packet 2, packet 3. Each packet gives you some more shows or more channels, and now you're getting like the next episode of all this different stuff. But as you're getting the new episodes, you're also picking up on some kind of through lines between all the different episodes and different shows, where there's like new events that are happening in this world. And by packet 2, the people on these shows, like, you'll be watching the news, and the news will be like, an alien has somehow interrupted our cable system. They might be listening. They might be listening right now. And that alien, of course, is you. But then things build, to packet 3 and packet 4, to where you're realizing there are connections between these different shows. Like there's certain like famous celebrities in this world who are mentioned on one show, and then you see them on another show, and you're like, wow, it's that person that I just heard about on the other show. So it gives that real actual sense of like, this is like a real thing that I'm somehow intruding upon. And it's a wonderful little curiosity in that way. So I say, like, if you like kind of offbeat things, like think like John Waters or something like that, you're going to love this. You're going to find something to enjoy here. It is the kind of thing that you can enjoy, not just on your own, but if you had a significant other who likes this kind of stuff too, it's cool to like, hand the controller over to them and hey, watch whatever you want to watch. And that's, I don't know, I can't say enough about this experience. Again, not game experience, because there's nothing else quite like it out there. And I'm someone who likes these FMV stuff. It's not even like any of those. It's just kind of you like poke at this thing and kind of see what new show you're gonna find on the other end. So yeah, I can't say enough about it. And also, it just like jumps around like creatively too. There's not just like one type of show. There's animation. I saw some claymation in there. There's one channel that's like, it reminded me of like Liquid Television. Or there's another channel that is just like, I think they actually called it like Liquid Soda or something like that. And it's just like your TV is filling up with soda. Like, okay, that's fun and weird and cool. On to the next channel. Yeah, endless creativity with Blippo Plus. And I'm going to see this one through to the end. And maybe there is some more gamification in there. I don't know. But right as of yet, it doesn't matter to me. I'm having a good time with it.
Yeah, it definitely looks interesting. I don't know. Maybe I'll try it out sometime.
And it's only $15 too.
Yep.
昨日の自分を超えてみろできると信じてやってみろ失敗すること気にすんなまっすぐに落ちてみろ小さなことなど気にすんな大きいことだって夢描き一時前向きに倒れろ全力で転がせみんながな全員な下を向いてる感じがな奥ゆかしい青思いやるルールがなんだか壊れだな自由なマインドと溢れるそう危機感を感じ立ち上がる
Alright, moving on from there to number 6. Starting off number 6 here.
Yeah, number 6. Another game with an X in the middle. Ball X Pit.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, you put a lot of time into that one.
Yep, this is like a weird mishmash of genres. It's kind of a roguelite, but it's also kind of a city builder a little bit, and it's definitely like a breakout game above all. And yeah, you just mow through walls and walls of breakout style levels where the bricks are moving towards you, and you keep getting extra balls and upgrades along the way. So you start you like get more and more powerful. And then as you go, you start fighting mini bosses and bosses, and you have like a health meter and stuff, and you can pick up little health power up or like little health refills and stuff as you play. And you unlock characters that have different abilities that throw the balls differently. So there's just a lot of depth to the game and a lot of different levels. It's almost got like a Vampire Survivors feel, bullet hell, craziness, except you're the one shooting the bullets, so it's awesome. I guess you're doing that in Vampire Survivors too, but yeah, this is just a very satisfying game to play because you get super overpowered really quick if you know what you're doing, and then it's just great. And it made my wrist hurt. I played it so much that like I was getting pains in my hand.
Do you have to like press a button to shoot? Right? It's not like automatic like Vampire Survivors in that way, right?
I think it is. I think you can turn it on to where it is automatic.
They'll say, is that what it hurt your wrist was like from the
I don't know
constant
what I was
button
doing.
pressing?
Honestly, I don't know what I was doing. I think I was just getting too involved in it, getting too like locked into it and holding the controller too tightly. Because really, you're just moving around for the most part.
Yeah, and you're like in a pit, right? It doesn't really. It's not like. But
You've got an X, right?
But it's not like moving.
There's an X in the middle, yeah. You see your X, and you got to be like, "Hey, what's up?"
Hi, don't talk to me. Yeah, it's like I mean, but versus like Vampire Survivors, it's not like a big world that you move around in, right? It's just like one kind of area you're stuck in. Thus, the pit.
Yeah, it's like the overworld is like you're going down a pit to find more treasure or some shit. I don't know, something like that. I can't remember exactly what the point of it is. The story doesn't mean anything, but as you descend, as you go further down, like there's different like themes to the levels and different enemies and stuff. But for the most part, at a certain point, it's just number go up, bliss, 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 shoot, shoot, shoot. Like you're just kind of locked into the zone, and that's when it's the best. And then you play another round, and then you play another round, and then you play another round.
Yeah, you put like a good 50 hours into this game.
Yeah.
For $15, so you definitely got your money's worth there.
Yeah, and I did see credits, and yeah, and then it had a lot more to do, a lot of post game stuff that I started playing, and then I was like, No, I got to stop for a bit. It's a lot harder. It's a lot harder on the second playthrough as well. So I wasn't making progress as quickly.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about it from various people.
I mean, it's especially if it ever goes on sale. Like if it's half price, you got to grab it. It's totally like it's pretty mindless. You can really just kind of get lost in it.
Sometimes you need one of those, though.
Mm-hmm.
Is it roguey at all? Is it roguelite in any way? Because I know you love those games, and I just can't get into them.
I don't think it actually is. Like I know I said that a little bit ago, but I don't think it actually is. I think it's just like stage clearing.
Yeah.
I don't even know if there's like randomosity to how the enemies come down. For all I know, the levels are the same every time, and you just get further if you're better. But it's like just a massive things moving towards you at all times, so it would be hard to keep track.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've heard a lot of things. Maybe I was afraid that I would just play this one.
Well, I guess you know what.
I
So
play the other games I had.
I will say it is a roguelite because you get stronger every time because you go back to the like main area where you do your city builder, and you upgrade your stats by building certain buildings and like collecting money to like upgrade them and stuff. So, and that transfers to the game. So I guess maybe that's kind of roguelike. I don't know. Because then all of a sudden you're like way stronger if you upgrade the right stuff, and then you get through the levels quicker. So there's like a progress meter in that regard. You have a city to look at that you've built.
Nice.
And then you can throw balls at it, and it bounces and hits all the buildings. It's fun.
And then
there's like crops and stuff too.
I was like, can you break them? And then can you break everything?
No, they don't break.
It's like, I built this, and now I'll destroy it with my balls.
The only things that break are the trees and the wheat and the rocks, because those are resources that you need to as part of your upgrade cycle.
There's more of this game coming too. They announced that there's going to be some DLC. I think every 2 months.
Like a few waves of it for a bit here. Yeah, I'll go back to it for the DLC. It's free, so especially.
Yeah, free upgrade too from Switch 2. It's all the same price all across the board, so that's always nice.
Gotta be honest, didn't notice a difference because I didn't know about the Switch 2 upgrade, or maybe I bought it like right before that happened, and then when I upgraded it to Switch 2 version, I did not notice a difference at all.
Yeah, there's like a 120 FPS, but I mean, I don't know. It's how much you notice it or not. Obviously not at all.
I would say it's not like Breakout, like you don't have to catch the balls, like they come back to you automatically. So as far as like rapid reflexes and stuff, I don't think you really need that in this game. Or at least not as far into it as I've played.
For sure. Are we good?
Yes.
For Ball Pit? All right. So my number 6 is my second Sega game on here. And this was actually a main reason that I decided to put games that were released in different years on this list. And my number 6 is Yakuza Kiwami 2, which I think is the best Yakuza that came out on the Switch this year, which we got not 1, not 2, but 3 Yakuza games for Switch 2 this year. So I couldn't believe it. We got Yakuza 0 as a launch title, and then on the same day we got Yakuza Kiwami 1 and 2 for Switch 2, even though Kiwami came out last year for Switch 1, but now we got Kiwami 2. And the reason that I like Kiwami 2 so much is it uses the newer engine of the Yakuza games, the Like a Dragon engine, where everything is, you can walk into all the buildings. There's not really loading anymore. So it felt like a completely different game to me. Not to mention the story is great. The characters are great. It's funny. I mean, these games are always funny. There's there's the main story stuff that's the more serious stuff, but then you have your weird side missions where you gotta do weird funny stuff and certain things like that. And I like that you can befriend people in the world, and if you happen to be fighting next to them, they will throw you a weapon, including, like sex weapons. Also, you might befriend some sex workers or whatever, and they will help you out by maybe throwing a dildo to you too.
Cool.
Or so there you go, crossover between stuff from Cyberpunk and Yakuza. And this one, as we said before, has the famous has the famous urinal games in it, and at the Sega arcade you can play the urinal games.
I might get it just for that.
I mean, you're not actually peeing or anything in real life.
You can if you want to.
Well, sure, you could. Yeah, you could hold your Switch and
it's portable. Take it to the bathroom with you.
Yeah, it
Play
might be.
games.
It might get a little messy, but I mean, all you really do is you just hold the trigger button. There was only one I could figure out how to beat. Like the milk nose one, I could never figure out how to do it. I could not beat it even on easy setting. But the one where you like blow the lady's outfit around or whatever, that one was easy because you just hold
get a bunch
R.
of drinks at the bar like before you play these games.
Well, you do have like a pee meter that you have to fill before you use the bathroom, so you can't just like keep doing it. So. But there's basically a dude at the arcade that you talk to that's like, hey, I want you to try this game in the bathroom. And you go and try it, and once you try it, he'll give you this like bracelet or whatever that will supposedly tell you like what your level is. I mean, you have to go into the menu to look at it, and it'll tell you whether you can pee or not. But you can go get drinks, from vending machines or bars or whatever. You can go to bars. And get it up quicker if you need to go pee again. Go get some drinks. Go get some drinks in you.
I thought you were going to tell me the guy at the bar was offering to give you his pee.
Oh no, he's like.
I guess that wouldn't work because you got to like control the flow.
You need some pressure. Yeah, you can just pour it out of a jar or whatever in there. But speaking of the Sega arcade, you can also play Virtua Fighter 2. Virtua Fighter 2 is finally on Switch 2, and we have it in this game. And it's the whole game, the full game. You can play it. There's actually an achievement where if you play the game with all of the characters in the game, you get an achievement. And that's something that's really cool about this one versus the other Yakuza games as well, is a lot of the experience points come from achievements. So like I like interactive achievement games, like was it the Mario and Luigi games did a bunch of that, where like it's like hit this character this amount of times or beat this guy without getting hit, and you get experience points that you can use for certain things. That's basically how this one works too. There'll be it'd be like, all right, try all of the food items from this restaurant, and that was in the other Yakuza games, but it wasn't like a achievement necessarily. I mean, I think there's an achievement for like trying all of the food in every restaurant, but this one has like specific ones for each one. And there's also like combinations you can do where if you order like this ramen with this side dish or whatever, you'll get more experience points if you combine them together into one meal. So there's all this like really cool stuff you can do in that way. And it's, you can do karaoke, you can do bowling, you can do darts. Wait, actually, I don't think there's bowling in this one. I think it's golf. There's golf and darts. But and there's the batting cages also. But I put 60 hours into this game. I did all of the side quests, so I'm pretty much ready to just beat the game. And there's also there's some side stuff with Majima where you can play as Goro Majima also, everyone's favorite pirate, and you can see what he's doing while this other stuff is happening. And there's a side game involving Majima's construction, which is kind of like a tactics game, but it's not really that hard. It's kind of like a real-time strategy thing. But you basically you'll recruit characters and you can build them up and upgrade them, and you basically protect the construction area that Majima is holding. And at the end, they all sing a song about Majima. And I would say that's what I love about these games, is how silly they are. Because they're like super serious, but then all these guys line up and sing this like silly, like, it reminds me of like the Robin Hood Men in Tights song, like kind of like that, but singing about Majima. And we're like, Majima, 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 like that. And there's all these like, supposedly tough guys like lining up doing like, doing these silly show tunes or whatever. Like, that's what I love about the game. Oh yeah, and I can't forget my favorite mini game of all time from Yakuza 0 is back, and that's the one where you manage the host club, and you go around and like they'll ask you for different things, like through they'll do hand motions where you have to like bring them ice or a menu or like a glass and like all this different stuff, and you have to you want to keep enough people coming in, but keep everybody happy, and it's like one of the coolest mini games ever, and I'm so happy it came back, and it's so much fun, and Majima did it in 0, and he actually comes back to help you in 2 and talks about his experience like with the host club and all that, and it's super cool. There's a lot of stuff to do in it. It looks great, and it was like the first like Yakuza game that went beyond PS3. It's a PS4 one, but the new all of the engine and all that looks great. And I'm very excited about Kiwami 3, which is actually coming out in less than a month now, in February 12th. So keep bringing them, Sega. Sega's been, putting a lot of effort towards the Switch too, and I'm happy that they're doing that because they brought this beautiful game, Yakuza Kiwami 2. And there's wrestlers in there too. There's AEW wrestlers when they were New Japan Pro wrestlers. Was it Okada's in there, and Tanahashi and Naito, like all these different guys I've seen at various AEW events. It was pretty awesome when I saw Okada the first time because they've been pushing him a lot in AEW, and I saw him like do his Rainmaker move, and I was like, oh my god, he did the finishing move on me in the Coliseum. That's so cool, and they look so good too. I would love to see Sega do an AEW Fight Forever game. It would look so nice. But yeah, Yakuza Kiwami 2, badass game. That's like I said, put 60 hours into it. I'll probably put another like 20 hours into it at least before I finish it. So it'll probably end up being like 80 hours. I mean, I normally end up doing around 100 hours on these games, like because I like doing all the side missions and I want to like complete everything before I get to the next one. So that's on my to-do list before Kiwami 3 comes out on February 12th. So number 6.
My number 6 is a game that is probably my least played on the whole list. I can say that with pretty much certainty. I've played it for, probably about only half an hour, to be honest. But I actually did.
It's been a hell of a half an hour.
It just confirmed my suspicion that it was a good game. Actually, I brought it over for New Year's to my sister's house, and I watched my brother-in-law play it for longer than I actually played it. So all told, my experience with the game was about an hour and 15 minutes. And this is a game that Jeremy first talked about a while back and said that I had to play it because it was my type of game. And I'm talking about Viewfinder.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Viewfinder. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did get that. I think I saw it on your.
I got that over Christmas. Yep. And it's the premise is it's first person puzzle game, like Portal. Can we just call those Portal likes, I guess?
Yeah,
that's what those are. But the twist on this one is that there are photographs hidden around the stage. If you pick up a photograph and you hold it in front of yourself, you can apply the visuals of the photograph to the real world to solve the puzzles. So you can transform the actual world around you, and then you can essentially walk into the photograph. Have you ever seen that episode of Black Mirror with Paul Giamatti from the previous season? It kind of reminds me a little bit of that, how he goes into the photographs and can move around inside them. But then you can do like photographs within photographs and, get all kinds of trippy stuff like that. You can do paintings I walked into one that was it looked like dot matrix or something. I forget how to describe that, but
pointillism.
It's like pointillism essentially. Like if it was like on an old 80s computers, kind of like the look that it had.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just basically starting this game and looking forward to playing more of it. There were a couple other games that I got over Christmas that I had to jump around and try different stuff, and this is one that I know that this is one that I want to sink into over a weekend and just play through it from start to finish.
Yeah, it's definitely, you could probably finish it in 1 or 2 sit downs.
Did you beat the game?
Yeah, I finished it. I don't know if I ever talked about it on the show, but I did finish it.
I think you did. It's
not a really long game. I think maybe 10 hours tops.
So it feels like, yeah.
But it's a cool game. I just, you can only do, it's like Portal is so cool, but not everyone's kind of been able to do something as cool as that. But I think they this is, I don't know if I like it as much as Superliminal, but it's I would say it's lateral to that game.
Yeah, I very much feel that. I thought it's I kind of see it's in the same league, but there's some parts where I'm like, oh, that feels a little bit not quite there, But again, I'm only an hour or so in, so I felt pretty comfortable putting it at my number 6 because I like the the scope of it, the very original concept twist on the Portal-like genre. And I think it seems to be pretty well executed so far. So yeah, I'm confident with a number 6.
Cool. Ready to enter into our top 5 here?
Ooh, pretty scary.
Top 5.
Top 5. Yep.
Number 5. My number 5 is something that I wish was higher, but it's a combination of better stuff coming out and maybe some disappointment. It's a little game called Mario Kart World.
Oh, I was wondering if it was even going to be on your list, because guess what? I kicked that one off. I kicked it off my list.
Did.
It's not
No
on
surprise.
there. Well, I actually played it again with Jess's nephew, and it's kind of really boring. That game is really like it. I don't know. It's a lot of it's racing to one lap of a race, and it's like, yeah, I don't know. I didn't have much fun with it.
I think as an experience, it was really fun, and I think, I beat it over the weekend or whatever. But
yeah, it was pretty much. Well, I mean, this one I think I got like 60 hours into it just because Jess and I were both playing it separately just to get to unlock all the costumes and stuff, but we were kind of done with it after a weekend. I wonder if Caroline and Robert still play it, because they bought a Switch 2 to get Mario Kart World, but I think that game has nothing on Mario Kart 8, and that was the one that they played constantly.
Mario Kart 8's changed so much when it first came out, but I still think it was probably, I don't know, maybe not when it first came out. See, that's the thing. So this is like out the gate. What this game has is pretty good. I just wish it was more fleshed out, and they probably will flesh it out.
I hope so.
But I don't know. I really like the online, the elimination race, whatever the hell that's
Knockout
called.
Tour.
That is cool. Fun. That is really fun.
Yeah, that's probably the best thing on there, I think.
I agree with that for sure.
So and it's a beautiful game, and the costumes are cool. They don't make any sense. Why some people have like one costume and some have like 18,
and they're organized so badly. Like, why can't you just pick one person and then it shows you all
and
of
then
their
choose
costumes
the costume
instead of like they're all costumes just being all randomly like stuck on the menu or whatever. It's like,
that's true. The menus are really sloppy.
The menus are garbage. Yeah.
But ultimately, cool game, and I mean, it really did show off it was a great thing to show off the power of the Switch 2. Being the first Switch 2 exclusive I got to play.
Yeah, it was fun to just
people.
to fire that up, and I think it was a good showcase for the power and the difference of the Switch 2. You had a direct comparison I'm just talking about the visuals now. You had a direct comparison in Mario Kart 8, and in this one you could see that, oh wow, they're adding some interesting. First of all, the characters are a little bit redesigned, Donkey Kong especially.
Yeah.
That everything feels more cartoony and more like elastic. Like there's a lot of that, classic animation technique of, squash and stretch going on. Like when you land with your cart, your cart's wheels kind of bend inward a little bit as they absorb the impact, and like all that presentation, I think, is fantastic. Just talk about the presentation and the look and the vibe of it. I think it's fantastic. Feels like you're playing a cartoon driving simulator as it should.
Yeah, I mean the levels are massive, and the world's massive. I mean, there's a lot to see. It's just, I think we all expected more because we had Mario Kart 8 with all this stuff in it.
Also $80 made us think
$80.
That's true.
$80 makes you think more than a weekend.
And they still have yet to say this is why it was worth it to be, because they were gonna tell us why it was worth it. That was $80.
I mean, but they lied.
It's kind of like it's. I think they're a little, in some sense, caught with their pants down on that one, just because like they obviously thought the big thing that made it worth $80 was the world aspect. But that's the thing that everyone said, hey, that's not enough. Like if you look at other open world games,
that's
there's some reason.
There's
like,
not really. I mean, that sure, those missions were kind of fun,
yeah.
but there's no reason to do. I mean, you could get a sticker that you can put on the bottom of your car that no one will see ever. You can do that.
No reason
to do that.
And
No.
here's the simple solution is it's just begging for a story mode. Put a story mode in there.
Yeah.
Just something to like entice you to go from one thing to the next. Why do I need to go to this mission? Why do I need,
And you already have so many stadiums that are named after characters. Like you could have to interact with that character in some way to have like some sort of mission within that stage or whatever.
How about some bosses? Like it. I mean,
bosses.
When I saw like there's going to be missions on there, I was like, oh, like my favorite Mario Kart DS, but it doesn't even. It's not even close to that. Like those missions were so much more memorable and so much more fun because there were bosses in there for that. You can fight the fucking bosses from Mario 64 like in your cart. Like it's really cool. Like really really cool missions, and this ones were.
It kind of feels
fine,
to me
I
like
guess.
Like they ran out of time on this one. Like I think there's certainly DLC coming down the road, and when the DLC comes out, it's like, oh well, that obviously should have been there first. Maybe hopefully it will be. Fingers crossed. The story mode that makes this world. Makes sense and like justifies its existence. I think in and of themselves, like the little challenges, they're fun. It's just like, why am I gonna drive around to find the next one? You're not even like leading me to it. There's no like
they're fun, but there's no point. There's not like an area that you need like to have completed 5 challenges to get there. Like at least like have something like that. Like put some challenge gates or something in there to let you unlock something for do it other than like a sticker that means nothing.
Right.
I agree.
I don't make it like it's just a checklist right now as it is, and it's not an actual game with some sense of progression.
Yeah.
At least as far as the open world part.
I mean, I've heard the theory that maybe they made it 80 so everybody would get the bundle and get it for 50. Just to push more people on the.
It makes sense to me
on the bundle, even though I guess they're phasing that out 50, now. They're not making it anymore, but I'm sure they sold. I'd be curious to how many people actually bought it for 80 by itself instead of just buying it with the system. Yeah. Like why would you not do that? I understand why. If you're going to get it, get it with the system. Like no, don't get the $80 one.
I did feel fortunate that I was the last in line to get the bundle. Like it was this close to having to pay the full 80, but no, I got the bundle. So I do want to say one thing about one particular course in there. The Rainbow Road in there is fantastic. Like
there's only a couple.
That's the best one.
That's the other thing. Cause when I was playing it, they're like, you pick the course, and there's only like 2 courses I liked: Boo Cinema and Rainbow Road. All the other ones are
awesome too.
All the other ones are the same. They're all gray, like exact same thing. I don't know. I didn't really see like a whole bunch of difference. I mean, you see like one track of one you like, but a lot of it is driving there, which is a straightaway that's super boring.
I don't know. I kind of disagree with the criticism of the in between stuff. Like I like the idea. I like the driving from one to the next, and I think it does enough to differentiate itself from previous games in the series. It's like, okay, this is what they're going for. Maybe it's not perfect, but I like the continuous nature of it. I think
It just kind of sucks that when you get to the actual lap that you like, it's only one lap.
It does say
when you get to the race you actually want to do, it's over too quickly because you spent way too much time getting there. You spent 2/3 of the time getting there.
It kind of says something that they have made some changes. Like,
yes, that's true.
They nerfed some stuff in a mode and they brought it back or whatever that was, and then they made it so you can actually play with your friends because for some reason that wasn't in there or something.
But also they listened to the people who spoke, who felt the same way that I did. They wanted like 3 laps for the new races, so you can actually do that now easier. I guess online because you couldn't do it originally.
The big thing they did was they actually changed like entrances to some of the courses. I know they did that at some point, which I haven't played it since whenever that happened, and I probably wouldn't notice the difference. But
Yeah.
so at some point they did that to make it more streamlined or something. I don't know.
I hope that they're, that's great news that they're keeping on it, but I hope that they're taking notes from Fortnite and how Fortnite every once in a while pops back in the news because of some big event that they have going on.
Well, they're in the news all the time. Yeah, South Park. It's happening this Friday.
Throw events. Like, do some Mario Kart World events. Like, what if a rift appears in the sky and, I don't know, whoever comes through, some kind of thing to, like,
Sonic
draw us
Racing.
back in. So, yeah, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds opens up. And
wait a couple more minutes. We're about to talk about that one. Spoilers.
Yeah. So, I love the game. Could be better. But still, as a Switch 2 launch game, I think it's pretty great.
It's fine. It wasn't cool enough to make my list. It was kind of, like I was talking about, like getting footage for all the stuff for my top 10 of the year, whatever video. And I was like, how many captures did I get for Mario Kart World? 0. There's none in there. I took a picture of the ending because I beat it. I took a picture of everybody standing around saying congratulations or whatever. That's the only thing I captured. And I was like, I don't want to play that game. So that was part of why I kicked it off the list, because I had no desire to go back and play it again. Not even for capturing footage for the list. Are we moving on now?
Yes.
Are we moving on to my number 5, which I already said what it was earlier? But my number 5 is the better racing game of these two games, and that is Sonic Racing Crossworlds, which I put 30 hours into. And Sonic Racing Crossworlds, what it does better than Mario Kart is we actually have a map of when the new characters are coming and when all the free DLC is coming. They just added, who was it? They just added the Knights character in there. That was the last festival that I did. And every time they add a new character for free, they do a whole event about it, which kind of reminds me a little bit of like Splatfest, like that sort of thing. We have this whole event. They've been having one every month since it was launched. And also they've been releasing new characters in line with the releases they've been getting on Switch 2, which I thought was really brilliant too. So we got Joker from Persona when Persona 3 Reload came out. We got Ichiban from Yakuza when Yakuza Kiwami 2 came out. So like they're all like, Sega's like on fire this year. Like everything has been going between one thing and another and another. I think they've been doing fucking great. And I just, I love this game. It's, there's a portal in each level where every lap will be different, or every race will be different, because your middle lap is always different because it's always random which one you can pick. And whoever's in the front gets to choose one or the other, but one of them will be completely random, so it'll change. But yeah, they've added more DLC. I think they just added Pac-Man in there, like just happened a couple days ago, for paid DLC. You can play as Pac-Man, and the ghosts and all that are in there. Also Pac-Man levels. I played the Minecraft level. It's fucking cool as hell, and I don't really care about Minecraft, but it looks awesome on there.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
And we got a full-on Switch 2 version now that looks gorgeous. Like we got the 4K visuals and 60 FPS and all that, which made a big difference. Like I did like it a lot on Switch 1, but it really you really wanted it to be Switch 2 level. It's like, man, I wish this would look better. And then it did, and I paid $5, and I got the Switch 2 version. I was like, all right, now this is it. This is the game. I think it looks just as good as what I've seen on the PlayStation 5 version. And yeah, it's incredible. It's super fast. You can change your cars around. There's, like I said, there's different characters that have different abilities, and you can build your own car. You can you get decals that you can actually put wherever you want, so you can actually have them seen. And during the festivals, you actually can unlock decals that have to do with whatever character has just been introduced. So if you want to get a bunch of Yakuza stuff, you play that Yakuza thing, and you can unlock stuff for all of the wins. They have this like team mechanic where there's different things that you do, like where you have to collect a certain amount. Whoever collects the most rings gets extra points at the end, versus where you place. There's also one where you boost with your teammates, where you hit them, and you'll get a boost every time you hit them, and whoever does that the most gets extra points. I forget what the third one is, because those are the two ones I've seen more than anything. Oh, I think there's one where you just hit people with items the most amount of times, and you get bonus points for that. But there's so much more. I mean, comparing a $60 game here to an $80 game, so I guess $70 if you get the Switch 2 version, there's just a lot more to do in this game than Mario Kart World has. And I'm still playing this game. I've been booting it up every time there's a new character, or I'll just I'll play it while I'm editing, and I'll go. There's a mode where you can do a bunch of different where you go up against like 3 or 4 different characters, and you can unlock more carts from that. So like even though I went through and I got golds on all of the Grand Prix, there's still more stuff to do, and I'm still unlocking carts. And if you get enough like tickets, you can buy different skins for the characters that you have and all that too. Like they just like really loaded it with a lot of shit. Like if you like playing the game, then there's a lot to do. And I've been watching I watched I looked up some strategy stuff on it, like how to build a 100% maneuverable car to make it like turn really quickly and all that. So I did look at some of like the extra, meta game and all that, but I like the game a lot. It's really fun. There's a lot of really cool levels in there.
This feels like a blind spot for me. I wish I had a chance to play it.
It was on sale. It was on sale for like $20 or $30
Yeah.
like a few weeks ago. But yeah, I mean, keep an eye
I'm
out.
out there too.
These games go on sale. They go on sale a lot. There's you can play a demo for it. I don't know if you can play this if it works for the Switch 2 version, but
I don't think
hopefully
so.
it does. Well, there's a new. I mean, the demo you played was before the Switch 2 version existed. So if you haven't played it recently, then it might be on there now. I mean, I'd be surprised because they like updated the 60 FPS for the Persona 3 demo, like when that came out. So I'd be surprised if they don't have a Switch 2 specific demo for this one. But I mean, the demo you only get like one Grand Prix, so you only get to play like a little bit of it. But yeah, no, this has been the big one for me. I figured it'd always be in the top 5. It's kind of moved around a little bit, but yeah, it's an excellent game. That's my number 3 Sega game on this list. The Sega trifecta. All 3 of them.
Sega game.
All the big
You
ones.
gotta
Persona.
Put your Super Nintendo out the window. Just
Well, there was no Yakuza games for
Sega and its
Mega
players,
Drive or Genesis.
Nintendo don't have these. Wait, no, yeah, they do.
No, yeah, they do now. I just realized that a lot of the games I like, the ones that I really like, are Sega games, like Shin Megami Tensei, Persona. Those are all Sega games. I mean, even Bayonetta's a Sega game. I mean, I'm not a huge. I mean, I like those games, but Sega owns a lot more than you think, and that's why they can keep bringing cool characters in there. I can't wait to get to play as II, which I think they pushed him back. Actually, you won't get II until February. Yeah, because the Night Sky was in December, but now January is just going to be Pac-Man. But I like that they've actually like laid out the plan of all the stuff they're doing. It's like, here's where we're adding all the free characters. There's also a season pass for $30, but that's for an entire year of new characters every month, and they're all from different franchises. We're getting Mega Man characters in there also. So I mean, they're crossing everywhere. Supposed to get Turtles characters too at some point. I'm planning on getting the season pass at some time, because why not? I like the game so much, I might as well get all the extra shit. And I guess if you get the season pass too, that's $100. But you don't. But without that, you still get all of these extra free Sega-specific characters that are getting added to the game, even without the season pass. And you can play the levels in the season pass without it. Like I said, I've played the Minecraft level a few times just from playing online, because all I have to do is play somebody online who has it, and then I'll see it. So, I don't need to buy it to experience it. I've played through it a few times just from playing people online. But yeah, I really like the way the online works. And there's supposed to be a Legends mode too, where like if you're at the highest tier, you will play only against people on that. And I think that's going to have its own little tournament thing too. It seems like they care more about the like competitive aspect of it than any Mario Kart game ever has. It's like they put a lot more into the online stuff, which that's what you should do. That's what keeps you going back to these games. And whenever there's a specific they'll do like specific builds for like whatever the different challenges are. Like I said, if they want you to collect the most amount of rings or whatever, you can get it'll give you like a custom thing that you can use if you want. It'll be like, oh, whenever you go over like a ramp, you'll get a coin or you get a ring, or whenever you do a flip, you'll get a ring. Like there's stuff that'll help you get extra rings, like for those for the team up like online stuff. So in case you don't really understand the equipment, because that's a whole nother thing. It's like building your cart, but also you build the parts inside of the cart to do different things for you. So I understand it can be a little complicated in that way and a little less user friendly, but I like that part about it, the tinkering of it. And it's super fast. It almost kind of reminds me of F-Zero at times because of how fast it goes. And I play on whatever the highest, the supersonic speed, like whatever's the equivalent of the. I think it's actually more like 200 cc than 150 because they have 4 different settings for the race instead of 3, and then there's also mirror. So it's a great game. There's lots to do on it. Play it. It's I'll be playing it for a long time, till whenever, I don't know, till whenever the next Sonic Racing game is, whenever that happens. But yeah, I like that game a lot.
This next game is number 5 and number 4 and number 3.
Hey, you can't have one thing be 3 things.
It can be at least 2 things. It's Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4.
Oh, well, it still only takes one place though. I figured you were the only one that's actually going to have that on your list.
Now, why did you figure that? Because we're all fans of the Tony Hawk series.
I don't know, because I think you're the only one, because you're the one that played it the most. I don't know. I think
maybe so.
You played it the most. I think Jeremy bounced off it real quick. I bounced off it once I realized that 4 was broken. So I was kind of... Also, it kind of didn't it come out like right before like Donkey Kong Bonanza or something? Like, I feel like it released right next to another game that we all played. So it's like it
came out, let's see, July 18th.
Yeah, I thought it was real close to another big one.
And I think when did Donkey Kong come out? Donkey Kong came out.
Hold on, I'm looking at. Stop making me look at all these stupid animations. July 17th.
17th, yeah, that's right. So they came out like at the same time.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That there were 2 big things that came out, and one of them was a lot better than the other one.
Well, I still enjoyed it. Number 4, was not as people remember it necessarily. But number 3 was why I came to the door for this one, and number 3 delivered. I really liked it. That's the one that I owned on GameCube and have the most fond memories of, and it's my favorite Tony Hawk game. And yeah, things they mix it up, just like they did with the 1 and 2. And some part of me does wish that I could just get like a straight version of both the. But I also, I like that some of the changes that they made. Like, I like that they have the characters actually age as they have. I want to see 50 something Tony Hawk in the game. I think that's pretty cool. But the levels.
There were some cool new levels from what I saw. I just couldn't. I don't know. Yeah. I couldn't play 4 long enough to get to them.
Same.
All right, so Tony Hawk 3 and 4. So, yeah, I enjoyed the game. I put 20 hours into it, and I'll certainly go back to it at some other time. As I still do once in a while for number 1 and 2. I think it's going to be kind of an evergreen game for me that I just kind of get in the mood to jump back into. But it did kind of bring back those feelings of 2001 early college days. Just kicking it with Tony Hawk and running around the airport, and what I later came to find out was Pershing Square in LA. That's one of my favorite video game real life memories, was moving to LA and then walking around feeling like I've been here before. No, wait, it's the level from Tony Hawk 3. Yeah, this is such a
the LA one, right, with the balls or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where,
I didn't know that was a real place.
Where the car crash is.
Yeah.
Or where the car chase, I guess, which they messed all that up too. They took all the cutscenes out that were in the GameCube one. That kind of upset me too. All the fun stuff, like they didn't do the little scenes that happen after you do the goals. They got rid of all that too. I was like, oh man, come on! I want to see the car get crushed by the billboard like it did. They took it out. Or the pickpockets running away from the airport. Like they took all those. They all had these little fun scenes at the end. That got rid of all of them.
Yeah, I kind of wondered the thinking behind all that. Like, isn't it like setting yourself up for failure? Like you're gonna piss off some people who know the series inside and out and want to see all that same stuff just as it was, just a little prettier.
Yeah, don't take out the fun stuff. Don't take out the cool things. I don't know. Don't give us less for this whatever this version is.
Right, but all this is it's certainly not a bad game. I think if you walked into it having not played these games before, you're just going to find like a fun pick up and play skate game. And myself, I never played 4, and so I don't really have the misgivings about it. But I do just
still
know,
haven't.
and I still that's my feeling is like knowing what I know. I feel like I still haven't really played it, which is unfortunate. So, but if you can look past all that, you'll find a great, fun skateboarding game. So I give it my full recommendation.
Yeah, no, I mean it's fine. It's not a bad game. There was just kind of like, it's like it was like there was just stuff missing. It's like we didn't get the original playlist. We had like stuff cut out. Like 4 was barely a version of 4. Like,
And then there's stuff in there like the water park. The water park level is one of the best Tony Hawk levels, in my opinion. It's such a great setup for a skateboard level, skate game, and they pulled it off. And there's interesting things to find in there. You can actually ride the water slides. There's secret entrances to like 5 different slides and all that, and there's a lot to do. So I spent probably a good 3 or 4 hours in that water park level alone. So yeah, some of it's hit or miss, but I think there's more hits than misses, and it does for me anyway. Scratch that sort of nostalgia itch. It felt enough like 3 that I felt like I was just on the GameCube.
It's pretty wild that this and Donkey Kong came out on the same day. Like that's I'm surprised I'm surprised they even bothered with it. I mean, I guess it was I wanted to play it because I did play a lot of 3, and I guess according to my app it says I played it for 5 hours, which is the same amount of time that I played Tony Hawk 1 and 2 for on Switch. So there you go. But I did buy it on PlayStation 4 before that, and I think I put more hours into it on that version because I bought it there originally before it was on Switch. Skating on from there to the next thing. We got 2 skateboarding games on the list, but no repeats still.
2 games with X in the middle, but no repeats.
No repeats yet. Number 4, going on to number 4, no repeats yet. I know there's going to be a couple.
We'll find out whether or not, because we're getting to the nitty gritty of the committee.
With our itty bitty titties?
Hey, we're a family show.
Okay.
I guess,
Families have titties.
Even though I said fuck a whole bunch of times earlier.
It only took 8.5 years of waiting, but we finally got to play Metroid Prime 4 this year. So that's my number 4. That's my number 4.
Oh.
I thought this over a lot when I was going over my game of the year, and I liked it. I did finish it. I don't think we've
we haven't talked since you beat it. Yeah.
But I have beaten it, so I beat it. No huge hurry to go back to it, but I had a really good time with it. I thought it was fun. It's really good looking. It
looks great. Yeah, it was. I think it was number 3.
Enemies are.
I think it was like number 3 in Digital Foundry's like best games of the year. Like it was up there. Like for best.
It's a wonderful
games.
Looking game, and
yeah,
it took. I was a little confused, like I always am in these games, because the maps just throw me for a loop. But I eventually figured it out, and once I did, I felt free to explore and have fun. And once I kind of got to that point, it just took me a little. I'm a slow learner, but once I got there, I think I really liked this game. I think it was pretty good, and I don't think there was any way it could have lived up to the hype, but at least it was a good game.
Yeah, I mean it's obviously on my list too. Who will find out where it is, but no, I enjoyed it a lot. Like I don't understand. I really don't get like why it's getting so much hate, which I don't understand. Like I had a great time with it. It was the only thing I played until I beat it, and like You know, for how distracted I get with like other games, like just the fact that I just played it from beginning to end and didn't touch anything else, I think is saying something. And I had a great time with it. Like I think the levels are incredible, and I loved a lot of the bosses. I really loved like that lava boss, like where it would like shoot the fire and you turn into a ball and like run under it. Like I thought that was really really fun. I almost beat that boss without getting hit. Like I was like clicking so well with like the way that you would dodge it. Like I was like, oh yeah, this is cool. This is really cool. You know, so I mean, and yeah, you got to do part of it like on the motorcycle, but you know, there were some fun motorcycle bosses in there that you did. I thought they utilized it a good way in some ways.
I only ran into one motorcycle boss. Well, in the overworld, I guess.
The lava guy that I was just talking about. You have the first half. You have to fight him with the where the bike becomes the floater or whatever, the hovering thing.
Yeah. I wish there was more overworld bosses because I really liked that overworld boss. That was fun.
And there's the one where the guy steals the part of the mech where you got to fight it.
I wish there would have been
sandworm or whatever. That was
that would have made the desert more tolerable because if you're fighting these giant enemies that are hiding under the sand and you got to go around and find them or something like that, that could have added a lot to the desert.
Yeah, they should have just given you more to do. There was like some shrines, but there's like 6 or something. There's not that many, but you do get stuff from them, and I don't know. I mean, it didn't bother me. I liked Akira sliding into crystals or whatever. It's fine, you know. It's fine with me.
I liked it, and you know the controls were great. The gyro aiming, you know, as an addition to your analog aiming, just for fine tuning. It's so natural. It feels so good. Which, by the way, that's in Cyberpunk as well. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier, but
yeah, mouse aiming in both of them too. Which
right,
I mean,
don't care about that.
I've never tried. Actually, I tried it for Fortnite, and I was like, nope. I tried it for like 2 minutes, and I'm like, this isn't working right. But it wasn't working right at the time. I don't know, so I was fucked up with it. But I mean, apparently the people, you know, the mouse aiming works good, but you can also play it like the Wii style too. You could do pointer controls ish. You know, obviously
I didn't try that.
Not as good as Wii, but some people really liked it like that because you know you can do like you could in 3 where you lock on it, but you also move it, and there were a lot of like bosses that expect you to do that. So if you don't really know how to do it, it gets kind of hard. Like some of the first couple bosses like have stuff like that where you have to lock in the middle, but you got to shoot stuff like around the circle. So you had to move. But yeah, no, it looks really pretty. It's one of the prettiest games out there, and it felt like Metroid Prime to me. You know, it was exactly what I wanted. I didn't feel let down. I didn't, you know, whatever. I had a blast. I played it for like 30 hours. It was a good time. You know.
Yeah, if they had I think what they would have done if they wouldn't had the desert or whatever is it would have been like 3 where you went to different planets or something, and then you just would have been space instead. Like I get that. It was just like the unifying concept, but I do think everybody's just too caught up, and then everything needs to be an open world game now. Like, come on.
Yeah, I have a little bit on the open world fatigue. I guess it depends on how you do it or whatever, you know. Like, I don't know, it varies. But it depends. But I mean, this one, maybe we didn't necessarily need the desert, but I didn't hate it. I made a fun video with a song in it from a game I might mention later.
I gotta say I didn't completely understand the ending, but maybe I just need to watch it again.
Yeah, I did think it'd be fun if we could do. I mean, I don't think John will ever make it, or you probably don't care. But the ending of that was kind of like a what the fuck ending. I was like, wait, why? But yeah. And I didn't hate the extra characters. Like they were really like blowing Miles McKenzie like out of the water just for clicks, because he's really like annoying in the first 20 minutes, and that's about it. You know, I mean, you have to go back and bring your weapons to him, but you don't have to stay there and talk to him. You know, he doesn't. I guess he chimes in on the map occasionally to tell you to check out places you already know where to go to, but you know, whatever.
It was mighty strange that you had to go find the guy in the wilderness that was already there with you.
Yeah, I had to, that was like
find him in the wilderness.
That was the one time I had to look up what to do because I didn't know what to do because he was there. He was at the base camp, and they're like, "But you got to go find him on the map." I'm like, "But he's right there. I'm standing in front of him. I'm talking. Why can't he give me whatever he's gonna? Why do I have to find him out there when he's already in front of me?" That was the one thing that like really bothered me. I'm like, "But I'm talking. He's right here. I'm talking to him.
He's supposed to be some sort of like tribal kind of guy from like some planet, and he's got all kinds of tribal type of wisdom to give you, and you see him.
I mean, I like those parts where you sat by the fire with him and he talked to you about
I do
the
too.
sun god or whatever. Like I thought that was cool, but
It kind of smacks of like maybe they did have more intention to have you like out in the open world talking to people and meeting up with them and stuff, and then eventually it's just that one guy.
yeah, yeah, right. Which I thought, I mean, they could have just, I was like, why is he at the base camp? Can we just at least say like, hey, go find him? Like, I don't remember.
He doesn't want to
saying
hang out at
anything.
base camp. He's out in the desert
Yeah.
with his fires talking about.
But he
his
is at base camp
tribal
also.
stuff.
That's
Right,
what's
exactly.
confusing that
That's
he was
what
in
I'm
two
saying.
places. Yeah.
He shouldn't have been at base camp.
Yeah. He should have been out there, and then it would have been less confusing. I don't know. But no, I had a good time with it. I mean, they still got me. I still bought all the amiibo, and I put all of my Metroid amiibo in front of the TV upstairs, so they're all on display there. And I have all of them. I have all of the Metroid amiibo. I mean, that's my jam. So I gotta get them all.
And it sold really well, so I think we can safely say there's going to be another Metroid Prime.
Yeah, hopefully not as long. I mean, yeah, it was at the top of the charts for weeks. Like I said, the first thing to break it was Cyberpunk. It was the $17 Cyberpunk. It was the first time to knock it out of the first spot, first thing. So yeah, it's a good game.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's all I really have to say about that.
MP4.
I'll get there eventually.
My Metroid Prime 4 is not my number 4. Wouldn't that be cool if it was, and then we could just move on? But no, my number 4 is actually a different game that I kind of mentioned earlier. My number 4 is Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D, which I put 30 hours into, and I beat Dragon Quest 1. Like I said before our break that I was going to beat that game, and I did, and it's hard. It's very hard. It's much harder than the NES game, but I did it. I made it through. I did have to grind a few times. That one Spike Tail guy was a bitch. Like he was the worst. But I just went and grinded. That's about all I could do. But I really like Dragon Quest 1 because you only have one character. And I did it, and I got the true ending. I carried the princess all the way to the ending, and you get a special ending for that. You get special cutscenes too. I feel like you'd have less of a game if you took her back to the castle and didn't like finish the whole game with her, because she's like the only one that talks for you, because you're like a silent protagonist. So she talks.
And you're by yourself.
Yeah, but she talks to people like when you go to like, because they added all these cutscenes in there. That there was no cutscenes in the original game really, aside from like the beginning and the end. Which I started playing Dragon Warrior like NES like on my phone, like with the whatever the emulator app, just for the hell of it. And you just forget like how like archaic it was back then, like how you have to like go to a menu and click on a button that says open door to open a door instead of like walking through a door. There's like all these things you forget, or you got to go to a menu and say search on the ground instead of just pressing A. Like it's, or same thing like to open a treasure or whatever.
Or to talk to someone, you have to select.
Yeah, same sort of thing. You get to press talk to or whatever. But I just wanted to, because I always loved the way those sprites looked in the original game, and I just wanted to just see that again. But now because the original one, it was just one-on-one. It was just you versus one guy. But this one is like, hey, why don't we throw like 6 guys at you when you only have one? Won't that be fun? So yeah, there's all this like crazy stuff. And yeah, that one boss, like where you had to beat the 3 bosses at the same time, where it's 3 of them, and if you don't beat them at the same time, they'll automatically revive the other one. That one was one of the hardest bosses I think I've ever played in any RPG. But you just got to hammer on the you just got to do the spells that attack everybody. And just hope that it works, and do the wild side and do like, there's a lot of like, buffing that you got to do, and you got to do it at the right time and hope that it gets through and all that. But yeah, I had a great time with it. Then I started playing Dragon Quest 2, obviously, because I wanted to see what that one was like. And they've really fleshed out the story. They added another character in there that you get to run around with in the beginning. So there's less like single person. That one has more like party mechanics in it. Even though I would say that the battle mechanics was kind of getting a little boring towards the beginning of Dragon Quest 2. That's kind of why I switched to Persona 3, because that's battle mechanics is much quicker. I just haven't gotten that many spells yet, and I'm just punching people, and but I'm still getting killed, and whatever. I got to like the first tower, and I got the floaty cape or whatever. But I think they made the characters more interesting now that they talk, and they've kind of given it more of a story, and it's very much like a revenge plot, because because the princess, like her whole like castle gets destroyed, and her family's dead. So she's like, I'm going to kill Harrigan or whatever his name is, the main like dude. So, there's a lot of that, a lot of emotions about killing these demons that are killing everybody. But yeah, no, it looks pretty, and you know, I always have a soft spot in my heart for that original Dragon Quest game, and I thought they did a really good job. Just it feels like a completely different game now. You know, like they've really added so much to it, and it was like it was really cool to beat it again. It took me like 23 hours to get through Dragon Quest 1, which would probably take you like 7 if you played it on NES, you know? So they made the game a lot meatier. As what's his head would say from Xenoblade. It's much meatier. But yeah, it's been a good time. And that's what I played. That was my Christmas game pretty much was Dragon Quest. I was like I just want to have something I can just play that I don't have to think that much about, but I kind of know where everything is cuz I played the original cuz I beat the original one a couple times. So I kind of knew where to go, but there's some new stuff, and it's harder now. And like I said, you got to fight more than one person at once. But you get and you get these super moves too that are really cool, which I didn't learn how to do them until the Dragon Lord at the very end, which I needed to because you have to hold Y to activate them, and I didn't really know like how you would do that because and I think you can only do them with the princess too because she'll like bless you, and then you get super moves. And if you hold a move, you can do like 4 times damage that normally would, and you can do some really cool shit. But I didn't really learn about it until like 20 hours in, until like the very end of the game. And I did like the different end. You know, I did the ending. You can give her to the Dragon Lord too. Like if you show up with the princess, he'll ask you for the princess, and you can give her to him as one of the endings, and you can give him your weapon and all that. And it does like it basically it's like a dream. Like everything goes dark, and then you wake up in a hotel room, which I think that's what they did in the mobile one that's on there. I think it's the same thing. Mm-hmm. Whereas the original game, it went to game over and you had to start all over again. But this one, there's a warp. Like when you get to the Dragon Lord, there's a warp that you can take back to the beginning that'll take you right back there. So if you want to like do all the different endings, you can jump out and then go and save, and then it will warp you right back to the Dragon Lord, which really helps a lot as well. But no, it's really cool. I mean, I love what they're doing with these Dragon Quest remakes. Like the Dragon Quest 7 demo just came out, and I love the way that game looks. Like it looks so pretty. I was having a good time with it. So yeah, this one kind of climbed up higher than I thought it would be, but I had a blast with it, and I beat it. I beat half of it, so I got halfway through. I'm gonna go back and beat Dragon Quest 2 also, but I like them returning to the old games and adding so much extra depth to it. It's cool, and story and all that stuff, and making them look real gorgeous with the HD 2D. I showed that to my brother-in-law too, and that really impressed him because he was a big Final Fantasy person back in the day. We played Final Fantasy 6 together a lot, and he was upset that there weren't enough games like that anymore. And I was like, well, hey, let me tell you about this series called Dragon Quest. There's a lot of them. You can, because he wants like the old-timey medieval, turn-based like one after another. And I was like, yeah, have you ever heard of HD 2D? Check this out. He's like, wow, that looks so cool. He'd never seen it before. So there's another one I impress people with at the family thing. And yeah, that's my number 4.
All right, my number 4 is a game that I got just recently for the Christmas sale. And I haven't had a chance to talk about it yet on the show. It came out about a year ago. So it came out actually January 30th of 2025. So
it did almost come out a year ago. I was like, hey, no 2024 games in here.
Yeah,
but we're in 2026.
I know.
And the game I'm talking about is Laika, Aged Through Blood. This is a super original concept. It's a hyper-violent Excite-Bike Metroidvania with guns and bullet time.
Okay.
Weird.
Super fun.
Haven't heard all those things in the same sentence.
No. And let me tell you, they all work fantastic together. So how it kind of plays out is like your entire control is you're just always on the bike, and it's the whole familiar Metroid, familiar Excite Bike thing of you've got to tilt your bike to land perfectly. If you don't land perfectly, you'll die. But then give your little Excite Bike guy some guns and some bullet time, and just like let him run loose through an apocalyptic wasteland. And also, by the way, you're like cute little animal characters that are just like tearing each other apart, and blood is flying all over the place. And like you'll drive through a puddle of blood and you'll get blood all on you, and it's just like persistent and all that kind of interesting, cool stuff. And the animation is fantastic. It opens with an amazing little animated short, just like high quality. Looks like something that could be on TV. And the game's it starts with a content warning. Like that's the first thing you see. It says, "Warning: this game depicts." I'm paraphrasing. Extreme violence, including against cruelty to children and all. It's like, all right, that's a weird way to start the game. And then sure, you're like, that must be some ways down the road. But the first scene is you drive out to look for a missing kid, and you find that, and I say kid, it's like a wolf kid, like your main character is a dog or a wolf, and there's this pup that is strung up by their intestines and crucified.
Oh my god!
But that's how the game starts. So,
Yikes!
Yeah, it's super violent, but that's just not like, but the game is like just fun to play and like move around, and I guess what I'm trying to say, it's not like super gratuitous. It's just like this part of the story. This is the world they're trying to paint. It's like Mad Max, and this is the fact of this place where these it's the wolves versus the birds. The birds are the evil ones. The birds are the cruel ones ruining society. But I guess I'm even getting a little bit more credit to the story, because like it's all about the action in this one. Like that's, you just you pull off cool stunts with your bike and slow things down into bullet time. It reminds me a little bit of the game that I mentioned all the time, My Friend Pedro, just the shooting and the acrobatics of all of it. How it kind of controls, because it does feel like a little bit, it's one of those games that it's going to take you a moment to get used to the controls. Once you get it and just clicks. So here's how it controls, right? So ZL is gas, you tilt to balance. ZR is shoot, and the right stick will aim. You get 2 shots, and you have to flip your bike to reload. Oh. So you have to do tricks. You backflip to reload, you front flip to recharge. You have a deflect ability where you can hit Y to deflect bullets, send them back to the shooter. And one important note is that the bottom of your bike is bulletproof. So you have to tilt your bike in order to use it as a shield.
That's kind of cool.
Interesting.
It's very cool.
So it moves. So it does something. Yeah, like how you would kind of bring that like a excite bikeness in there, where you can tilt your bike.
It's very excite bike. Like I can remember playing excite bike for I don't know about the first time, but as a young kid, and just going, yeah, this game is like simple. This is like clearly one of the first Nintendo games, but this game is just fun. Just like controlling the bike and trying to land it perfectly and all that is fun. And then all that just translates through Leica Age Through Blood. You're going to play it and you're going to remember the first time you realize what a fun game Excite Bike was. That's very clearly the inspiration for this. And then they're just like, what if Excite Bike had its own world that you could drive through it and you could do flips, you go up and down in this world, and you can you hit Y to do the Akira slide, like Trey just said earlier. You got moves in this game, and it just flows. It flows. That's one thing I'll say about this game. It's one of those where you die and die again, but the restart is instant, and so you don't mind. You're gonna die 30 times on the boss. Yes, the other's bosses. You gotta do bike acrobatics and take out the boss. But you're not gonna mind it. You're not gonna mind dying over and over again, because the game is just so much fun. But I can't wait to dive back into this. I only have probably about 4 hours. It is one of the games. I got a bunch of games over Christmas, and this is the one that I probably. I'd say this is tied for the one that I put the most into so far. It's fantastic. I love it.
It's on sale for $7.99 through Sunday right now.
Yes.
So
That's the other thing.
Anybody, so
Still on sale.
it'll actually be on sale whenever I post this. So
$8 is a steal for this game.
yeah, through Sunday the 11th. So there you go.
What's it called again?
Laika,
Called Laika.
Eighth
H
True
through
Blood.
blood. Laiki.
Yeah.
K-A.
K-A,
Excuse me.
yeah.
Laika.
I say, look at the calculator. It's on there. Laika. Laika. Yeah,
Oh,
no,
I can't. Laika's the name of the first dog that was sent to space.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yeah.
I know that.
It died.
Isn't that the dog?
Oh,
Wasn't the dog?
this dog dies too.
Wasn't the dog in Guardians of the Galaxy 3 supposed to have references to the space dog? I don't know. This is completely off topic, but there's a talking dog in that.
There's an
movie
Arcade
that's
Fire
supposed to be-
song, which is how I found out.
that's supposed to have something. It has some sort of reference to the space dog.
We're down to the final three.
Final three, yes. We are there at the final three, and you are the starter of the final three, so
I am.
3 it off.
So, based on how much I talked about this game when I was into it,
I got some guesses for your final three. 'Cause
I
you've
bet
got a
you're gonna
lot.
figure.
There's some games you liked a lot that aren't in here yet.
My number 3, Fantasy Life I. The
Oh.
Girl Who Stole Time.
Interesting. I thought that one might be one. Well, I don't know. There's some good contenders that you have.
I put a lot of time in this game. This is a great game. It's it kind of looks like Animal Crossing, so it threw me off at first when I saw trailers for it, but it was a very popular DS game. It had a very strong cult style audience that just
Yeah,
some
people love
just
it.
think it's the best game ever. This game is one of the best games I've played in a long time, as far as just being fun and varied and colorful and never really too high stakes, kind of lighthearted, but it's still a huge game. There's a whole world that you're in, and then there's a whole parallel world that you can go to as well. And then on top of that, there's a whole job system, and I think there's 16 jobs or something. Maybe it's 12. There's a ton of different jobs that you have to master, and you have to use those jobs to harvest different materials. And so there's crafting, there's harvesting, there's relationship building. You recruit people to join you on your island, and you build your own island. You give them houses, Animal Crossing style, and do chores for them and stuff. And I don't know if you can date anybody. I haven't figured out if you can. I've tried to build up my relationship meters, but I don't know if that's in the game. So never got that far. But there's these caves that are randomly generated that you can summon that give you all these crazy items that are really fun that you can access from your island. And then they just added a roguelike mode last week.
Yeah, they just got an update, right?
I've played a few times, and it's actually pretty fun. It takes the big open world part of the map and quote unquote open world. It's a pretty big map, and it makes it gated off, and you have to fight enemies and meet certain if you have to do certain tasks to unlock the next part of the map, and you keep doing that, and you keep unlocking more of the map, and then you fight bosses and stuff. And if you die, you have to start all over again, but it'll be in a different place with different enemies, and that's the roguelike part. And then you just get special items from that you can't get anywhere else. So far, it seems mostly cosmetic, but there's stuff you can unlock. So it's just a really fun game. You can have up to, I think you can play with 4 human players. I've only ever played just with my AI controlled characters, but
you can you could do multiplayer.
Yeah.
This was like the big Switch 2 game for you, right? I remember that. Like you got this, and this was the game you played on Switch 2. Like this was the one
for quite a while.
That just took control of you, and this was your Switch 2 game, which it had a Switch 2 version. You know, it was a it was a launch game, and they charged like $1 for it or something, or $2. It wasn't that much, like for the upgrade. But yeah, I remember this was the one.
I paid full price for this because it was getting so many good reviews, and it looked like something I would like, and
yeah,
I was right. It took over my life. It was very addictive. It's just like I said, it's got elements of Animal Crossing and Minecraft and you know, like a little bit of Dragon Quest Builders probably, and like I don't know, other stuff too. But there's just a lot to do in it, and there's still so much more left to do that I haven't done. But I've gotten through the main campaign. I've seen credits, and that's just kind of like the beginning, so they say.
And you broke 100 on this, right? Like 120
I
hours.
did, yes,
That's a lot of time. I mean,
yeah, I got my money's worth out of it. I don't regret paying full price because, for one, I haven't really seen it go on sale for all that low of a cost. And
it's on sale right now, but I think it's $46 for Switch 2 version, which is still not bad.
It's a great game.
You know, it's like almost $15 off.
It's really pretty. You know, it's kind of cutesy and cartoony, but I like that. You got a little dragon friend and all kinds of fun stuff like that. And like I said, you recruit different characters to travel with you, and you know, they'll like join your island, or they'll be like in your party, and they'll help you. You know, you can bring like if you need like a bunch of wood, just bring a whole party full of lumberjacks with you. You know, and you just cut down wood like crazy together.
Bring in the people bring in the woodcutters.
Pretty much. Subsequently. There's a whole thing where like you can be like a tailor, you can be like, there's just so many different things that somehow they make it like transfer over to where they can make quests about it. Like a boss like might be a giant fish that you have to catch, but it'll be really hard to catch. So that's why it's the boss. Like the bosses are in the dungeons are based off of the different jobs.
Is there a fishing boss? Is what you're saying?
Wow. Yeah, it's giant fish. And there's more than one fish boss. There's like all kinds of different bosses. But like I said, it's the same as normal. They're just bigger and like can fuck you up more. And another thing about this game is like everything regenerates. So if you're not high enough level and you're trying to chop a tree down, if you're not chopping it down fast enough, it regenerates its health.
Oh wow. Yeah.
And you can just never cut it down. Same with enemies. So it's like if you're not at the right level, you can't even like do a war of attrition with them because they're just going to keep healing.
Yeah, I've realized. I mean, I already kind of knew that, but that's like my ultimate pet peeve with bosses is bosses that can heal. And I played this boss in Persona 3 Reload. It's probably one of the worst bosses I've ever seen. It's basically it's like the boss of that sex hotel, and it's a giant heart.
Okay.
And basically, it can charm your entire group, and your group will start healing the boss. Like so, you can have like 4 people heal the boss at once. And I was like, this sucks, but I think I got lucky to where they only got charmed a couple times.
Is there a reflect spell like Final Fantasy style?
No, I mean I looked it up because I was getting stuck on it, and there's no way to block it. You just have to undo it when it happens. But they can get your entire team at once, and they'll attack other teammates, and they'll heal the boss. And I'm like, oh my god, this is killing me. Because some of them had
Who do you work for?
Some of them had really strong healing spells where they would give them like 1,000 hit points back, and I was like, oh my god. This is destroying me, but I made it through somehow. I did it, and that sucks because you can't leave and grind in there because there's no enemies. It's just the boss. That's just the way that game works. But yeah, no healing bosses annoys me. There were a couple in Dragon Quest that did that too. It was really really annoying. Like if you don't beat them at a certain time, they'll start healing. Like you have to do it. There's a lot of timing in there where you got to beat it in a certain amount of rounds, or it'll start healing itself, and you got to start all over again. It's like you didn't do anything. So I know the pain of that.
Fantasy Life I though, I would highly recommend this to people who like dungeon crawler, cartoony multiplayer games, very light RPG. You know, I mean, you're leveling up and stuff, but there's not a whole lot of customization other than the job system, which you have to know how to use, or you're not going to be able to play very far into the game.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely. This has been on my list for a while. Like so many people loved it. Like it was reviewed really, really well, and Yeah, and people loved that 3DS game. Like that, I remember them talking that up a lot. I'm sure I'll get to it at some point. But it's it's been getting nothing but great praise, and they keep adding to it. They keep adding stuff for free, which is always good. Just keep giving stuff to people. So I like that.
What's your number 3, Trey?
My number 3 is Metroid Prime 4.
What?
So there you go. I mean, we already talked about it. It's
We
great.
got a flippity floppity.
It's a great game. I like it a lot. I had fun with it. It looks beautiful. The soundtrack is great. It controls wonderfully. 120 FPS. Super smooth. Apparently, it's great on Switch 1 too. I think that was the main reason that they placed it so high on Digital Foundry, was just like how well it runs like for Switch 1, which it is originally a Switch 1 game. As we some people forget, but it just apparently looks gorgeous on both. And runs really smooth, no matter which way you're using it. And I'm happy that it sold a lot, because I'd love to see like a Switch 2 exclusive Prime 5. If this is a Switch 1 game, like looking so beautiful, what would a Switch 2 only game look like? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. So
hopefully sooner than later. I mean, would it surprise you if
I don't think it's going to be another 8 years. They're not swapping companies or whatever here again.
Well, I mean, like this one obviously got the huge delay, and does that mean though that they didn't necessarily have some other team working on a Prime 5 just to like keep the ball rolling? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I would settle for another Dread type game.
Sure.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, they should alternate. Like, go back and forth. Like, like what they do with the Zelda games. Where we get like the Tears of the Kingdom, and then we get Echoes of Wisdom, and then the next one will be 3D, and be cool to go back and forth like that. Yeah, keep it going on those 2D ones, because Dread was so good. That was our game of the year of that year. Was Dread, because we all put it at number 2, which was pretty funny. That we all put it.
Still can't believe I beat that game. Like, that's one of my
that last boss was
crowning life achievements.
Yeah, the last boss was a bitch. But I mean, you got to do everything. Like everything you have to do, including like super bombs. Like you have to use those too. Like you have to do everything in your arsenal to beat that guy, which I thought was cool. I mean, why not? Yeah, they should make you do everything. It's like the Metroid Prime 1 boss, where they make you use where you have to use you have to use all your different like your whatever
scanners.
Yeah, whatever you call them. Your shooters. You got to use all the different ones, which are all in 4 also. You got to use all your different beam types. Yeah, for that one. Even the shooting with ice is real annoying. But yeah, Metroid Prime 4, number 3.
My number 3 is another repeat, Mario Kart World.
There you go. So yeah, there's a couple that we already talked about that we don't want to talk about again.
A whole world of Mario Karts?
The whole thing.
I wish. Back to Jeremy then for number 2.
Number 2. It is a 2. We got a sequel in here. Wait, I already had a sequel with Metroid Prime 4. Yeah, this is a game it's a sequel to a game that got my game of the year.
I know this one. There it is.
Yeah. It's Hades 2. A game that is just it's the one that made me like roguelikes, I think. This is where the love of roguelikes began for me in the modern era, especially. And Hades 2 is more the same, but bigger and a more like customizable kind of weapon system. It kind of like doubles the amount of like starter weapons you can have.
Did you beat Hades 2? I know you said you were planning on it before the break.
beat it because I still can't get past freaking Prometheus. He sucks. It's been a while since I played it. This game also made me hurt.
I mean, yeah, he's like the creator. It's gonna get you. It's gonna make you read.
He's
It's
also,
gonna
I
make
guess,
Frankenstein.
supposedly, he's like, I didn't know it until this game, but I guess it is part of the myths that he's like the gatekeeper to actual Olympus.
Oh yeah, I just know his name's in the title of the Frankenstein book by Mary Shelley. The modern Prometheus. It was also a great X-Files episode.
This game's great. Instead of just, getting out of hell, which is part of it, you gotta also, because you gotta get out of hell and go to Olympus to help out the gods. But at the same time, you gotta descend deeper into hell because you gotta go find your dad and your brother who are being held by, what's his name? Chaos. Not Chaos. Chaos is actually good. Not a bad character. What's this guy that eat? Kronos. There we go. The Titan Kronos is like holding.
And that's the one of them is the main character from Hades 1, right? Is
Yep.
in there? Yeah, because you're the sibling.
Yeah, Zagreus is the brother of the main character. Melanoi is how I say her name. She's so instead of being like just the prince of the underworld or whatever, pardon me, that has godlike powers or whatever, like she has innate powers, but she also has spells and stuff, and therefore just has a lot more variety available to what you can do with your attacks before you even start to like load up on all the different perks and buffs and stuff. So it's a very deep game. And in one of my favorite parts about the first game is still here, that you don't hear the same thing twice. Like every time you see a character, I know eventually it'll probably start to repeat, but I don't recall it ever happening in Hades. Like it's different every time you see, and you have a little conversation with each boss before you fight them, and it's always different. And they're always talking to you about last time they saw you, and they might mention how they killed you. And it's just like that extra level of narrative to the game that really just makes it fun. And all the gods, just as cool as they were in the last game.
Yeah, don't you have to like give them gifts or something like that for them to talk more, and that's why they won't like repeat dialogue and all that. I remember that being a thing for the first one.
You give them gifts, and then they'll reward you with basically like a talisman that in some way has their power in it. Whether that be, there's some cool ones that'll like, it'll give you an extra death defiance, which is like where you can come back from getting killed one time. That's the skeleton guy you fight at the beginning, who's kind of like the resident, the trainer that trains everybody how to fight in the underworld. He gives you this, but a lot of I don't know, there's like different levels of, it's like some of the talismans are better than others. I actually have most of the talismans because I've been, the gifts are a lot easier to get in this than they were in the last one. Like you can buy them every round, whereas I remember having to save up to keep giving people the, because you give them ambrosia, and then you give them like other gifts too. And I've gotten people to where they'll go take a bath with me, but I haven't gotten into a relationship yet. There's like 3 people that'll take baths with me, so that's kind of cool.
I guess that's just something you do. I guess it's not like you don't have to be dating to do that.
It's very much like like the whole like think of the Japanese bathhouse and all that.
Oh, sure.
They're just hanging out. They're not like, it's not a sexual thing. They're just taking a bath and talking.
No underwater play.
That you can see.
Yeah.
Great game. I do want to finish it, but it may take me a while. I'm
double the Hades.
It's real frustrating.
I did get a chance to see my brother-in-law play it for a good extended time, and it struck me how well polished it was, and like, the artistry of the visuals, and then the quality of the voice acting, and yeah, it did make me think like, maybe I should get Hades next time it goes on sale for $6.74. Maybe I should pick it up next time.
And he beat it in 2 seconds too. He was like so good at it. He just like went straight through it, and you're like, wow, that game is easy. Why can't?
Oh yeah, he was like totally. Yeah, that's fine.
Why can Jeremy not beat it? No, I'm sure he didn't. I'll say, how many times did he die on there? Has he beat it?
Oh, I don't know if he's beat it yet.
It's great.
It got a Keeley Award for best action game. So there you go.
I guess I should definitely mention the music. Great. It's the Super Giant music's always so good that I like want to listen to it. You know, they got a lot of vocal songs and stuff that you hear, and it's the same couple of artists, Darren Korb and I feel bad that I'm Ashley something is her name, the vocalist, and those two together, their voices are so good, and he writes all the music, and it's a blend of like kind of I don't know if you want to call like lots of like strings and stuff, but then it'll like turn into some pretty heavy metal from time to time.
Evanescence.
What's going on?
No.
No,
No,
it's a little more like
there's no rapping, thankfully.
Yeah, there's no rapping.
No,
I haven't got any rapping yet.
No waking up. Or
But
not
the
being
music's
able
good.
to wake
The
up.
music's just so
or
good.
whatever.
And oh yeah, like one of the bosses you fight are the siren, like a trio of sirens, and like they'll like start writing songs that are like making fun of you, like because they hate you so much. Like they'll start out by doing like whatever their big hit is because they're like supposed to be like the rock stars of the underworld and everybody knows their music. But then like eventually like they'll start singing songs about like how Melanoite never washes her hair, or they'll say stuff like that, like as part of the lyrics, and it's really funny. So that's just adding to the charm of the narrative. It's a great game.
Does the music change at all depending on like what you're doing in the fight, or is it always the same? Like how
I haven't noticed that. What will change is like there's like a guitarist, and there's the vocalist, and there's the drummer, and you got to kill all of them. So when you kill the guitarist, like the guitar will drop out, that kind of thing. But as far as like
that's cool.
Actual lyrics changing or anything, I don't think so.
I like the interactive music type stuff like that. That'll actually, the part of the song will be missing. So if you knock out like one of the singers that's making fun of you, they won't anymore or something.
Yeah, you always have to kill her last because of the way the battle's set up. Because they're these little like they'll shield, and then you'll only be able to hurt one of them, and the other two will be shielded. Because you're fighting all three at once, and then like it always makes it to where the singer is the last one left at the end.
Nice. Yeah, I figured this one would be high up for you because you like it.
Because I like it.
Yep.
And I will always remember that I pre-downloaded this one, and I was able to play it while I was in Japan.
Oh yeah.
That was special to me. Like first time I hooked my Switch up to Wi-Fi in our hostel, I started downloading it. It was great.
Nice. Yeah, you got it. In not here, not in America, in a better country with less.
Technically, I was able to get it slightly earlier, like it was only a couple of hours.
Oh sure, yeah. Because you're there in the future. All right, are we on my number 2 now?
Yep.
My number 2 is not a number 2. It's also not a number 10, but it might have something in there that looks like a number 10. That's Xenoblade Chronicles X. Actually, this was the main reason that I felt like I needed to put a game in here from a different year. Because Xenoblade Chronicles X, I talked so much about that game since it came out. I put 110 hours into that game. I beat it finally. First credits. Yeah. I didn't get second credits, but I beat it. I beat the Wii U version. I haven't beaten the bonus chapter yet, but I might do it just for my video. But no, Xenoblade Chronicles X, that was the game that I played more than anything else of this whole year. That's my number 1 most played game. And I felt like it would be pretty fucking stupid for me to not put it on my top 10 just because it came out 10 years ago. But this one is the definitive edition. This one, they made everything easier. You don't have to look for the fucking characters anymore. You can switch them out whenever you want. They're like the affinity like meter goes up so much quicker now, so it's easier to get to like later missions and all that, where the other one you had to run around with the characters for however long. And I think that's why I got stuck, because I had to get my affinity level to a certain level with a character that I never used before because I couldn't fucking find them in the town. So it was like one thing on top of another thing after top of another thing. But I felt like they just made this game just so much more approachable to play, and I love the soundtrack. I was really tempted to just play like a second of "Don't Worry" at the beginning here, just so you could hear it. I mean, I know you know it. It's I made that wonderful video of Samus driving around listening to it. No, the song. And we even got a new version of that, and we got altered versions of it where say you don't want to hear the lyrics every time, you can hear like an acoustic version, or not acoustic, whatever, without singers. we've been recording this for a long time. It's a without lyrics, it's just musical. You can do that, and there's an updated version also. They did some remix songs of the songs that were on there, and we got a whole nother edition. We got another chapter to finish out the game with, which I still need to get through that, but I'd love to because that game is awesome. And that's like all I talked about for a long time. Like I remember when our basement got flooded and I got really drunk and we were talking about the Switch 2 Direct. I talked about Xenoblade like probably 100 times in that episode because that was the only thing I cared about at the time. But yeah, it's a wonderful game. It's like 10 years old. It kind of marks it fits with our podcast too, because like one of our very first, was it like our 5th episode or 4th episode, was like all about Xenoblade Chronicles X. Like it was really early in our show. It's like one of the first episodes we did. And I think it was the one that we got a lot of downloads for, probably because nobody was talking about it on Wii U. Like nobody cared about Wii U then. Even now, like people don't talk about Xenoblade enough. These games are so good and people don't say enough about them.
I remember Xenoblade, I remember when Xenoblade X, before it came out, they recommended you download this big chunk of it so that it would work, but you would be able to get it quicker when it came out or whatever.
Oh yeah, yeah. And you don't have to do, and they went around that somehow with the Switch where the download is not as big. Like you don't have to.
Yeah,
do
I don't
much.
understand.
Yeah, well, it's it's Monolith. They're wizards when it comes to.
They really are.
When it comes to making games, and the games that John mentioned earlier, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. If you want to know where those games came from, Xenoblade Chronicles X is where they came from.
Yeah, I still feel terrible that I haven't finished this, and I still can.
You got it.
I got to get back into it. I was doing pretty good. I had my flying skills, and I can't remember what it was. I'm stuck on a boss.
It was
that's what it is.
It was episode 6 of NintenDomain was our Xenoblade Chronicles episode for Wii U. 6. So it's pretty early. It's a pretty early episode.
It's really early.
So yeah, it kind of. It's cool that it's a 10-year. We get 10 year later. We got the definitive edition on Switch. Finally, it's not like stuck on Wii U. People can play it, experience the greatness of it.
What's left stuck on Wii U now? Like Devil's Third.
Devil's Third, yeah. I was just listening to Retronauts talk about that because I didn't really think the guy that died, the DOA guy, that was like the last game he did was Devil's Third, the Dead or Alive guy. That was his final game, was Devil's Third, which I like that game. But I bought it for $20 online. I don't have the physical version, but I bought it on the eShop.
Dang, that physical version's worth money.
Yeah, it is. I just wanted to get it for $20, and I did. And I never beat that game because it's hard, but I wish I would. I just like the first person, third person mix that's going on there.
It's like Metroid, whatever that weird Metroid game is.
Other M.
Yeah. Other M, yeah.
Kind of. Well, it controls much better than Other M. Other M control's not great. So you got to use a control pad to control a 3D character. It's control pad for 3D is just not a good idea. But yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles, great game. Xenoblade Chronicles X. Very excited to see what the Xenoblade Switch 2 thing is. I think that's going to be we got to see some sort of new Xenoblade thing next year. And it's going to look real pretty because they're really good at doing graphic stuff. Yeah, no, I said everything I need to say about Xenoblade Chronicles X. I mean, it's a wonderful game. It's got an insane soundtrack. It's super cool. Right before you left, I was going to say if you like the new Zelda, maybe you should give a look at Xenoblade Chronicles X because that's where they got a lot of inspiration from. Because they saw Monolith could make this giant open world game, and they're like, "Hey, you were working on Breath of the Wild. That's what we did there." And a lot of things that you see in there are brought from our boys at Monolith. They became the powerhouse of Nintendo. They bring the muscle. I can't wait to see what they do on Switch 2.
Yeah, that's one thing that has me intrigued about it is maybe I could enjoy some of it for that, if it's like Zelda.
Well, I mean, the way the world is designed, you can definitely see a lot of similarities to Breath of the Wild, where it draws you to certain areas that you want to,
sure.
That are like, oh, that looks really cool. What's over there? It does really well of taking you through the world to go to the different, interesting, the places that you need to go to and all that.
So my number 2 is the sort of end of a 30-year like need to play this game. I had the demo for it back in 1996. It came with Toonstruck, and on the demo disc there was other similar types of games, adventure games, and one of them was a game called Circle of Blood, which I was always like curious about this. Like, I played the demo and I enjoyed it, but only got a little bit, and like, whatever happened to that Circle of Blood? Never heard anything else from that series, no sequels, nothing like that. But then come to find out some years later, it was actually now it was known in other parts of the world as Broken Sword, and that it had been going on for all this time. And so I was like, well, I got to catch up on these games. And this is the original game in the series called Broken Sword, Shadow of the Templars, which was re-released in an updated version called Reforged. So it's Broken Sword, Shadow of the Templars Reforged.
Lots of words.
Lots of words, yes, but well worth it. Every letter, every syllable. Yep, it's a fantastic game. Totally scratches that point and click itch that I've been having lately, and it's just like, after finally all these years, I can play beyond the demo. That game, as I was saying, was always a mystery to me because it was called Circle of Blood in the United States. And from my perspective, it just kind of like dropped off the face of the earth, and there was no other game in that series. But everywhere else in the world, it was known as Broken Sword. They've had 5 of those games. I just actually finished number 5, which is also available on the Switch. And I talked about that recently. But this one, the remake of the first one, I got to tell you, like, it's basically like a classic. I want to say LucasArts. It's not a LucasArts game, but it has that kind of feel, like the sense of humor and the easygoing nature of it and that kind of thing. It's a classic point and click adventure, and it's set in Paris. And the premise is you're just a vacationer out in Paris, and you're at a cafe, and a clown comes and blows up the cafe. And it just kind of starts from there. You involve yourself in this mystery because one of the patrons of the cafe got killed, and you feel like you owe it to this guy to solve this mystery and find out who is this clown that just blew up the cafe. But yeah, as I said, it's a point and click adventure, and the Reforged edition, which was updated for Switch 2, actually uses the mouse. So this is one of the few mouse games that's available on Switch 2 right now. If you're looking for a mouse game, this is one of them. You
can full on point and click like you would PC style.
And click. And I got to tell you, like, we've talked about before, like the strong bad games on the Wii. Like, one of the great things was like laying back with the Wiimote on the couch and like.
Oh yeah, those games were fun. I played through all of them. I liked them a lot.
It's the same kind of vibe as far, it's not it's not humorous like that game, not as outright humorous anyway. But I was just like laying there on the couch, like hardly moving. I had the Joy-Con on the seat next to me, and all I had to do was like move my wrist around a little bit here and there. But that paired with this type of game, this vibe is like a easygoing, laid back, kind of breezy mystery. It's one of the most relaxing experiences recently that I've had playing a game. Yeah, I love it. The no frills, no pressure, but like the story is really good. The characters are really interesting. It's really well written. It's funny, and it's a smart game too. Like it shows through like. You're going to learn some things about history. You're going to hear words you haven't heard before, but it treats you like an adult, and if you're curious about what that word means, go look it up. So, it just feels like a very mature, and I don't mean like violent. I mean like a game for
Adults.
grown-ups who like thinking about complicated things and can solve interesting puzzles. And one thing I should say is that this is one of those games we always say when you update a game, we want it to switch between like the old graphics, and you can do that. You can switch the old graphics.
Yeah.
You can do the new graphics, which I didn't discover until about 2 or 3 hours into playing. I was playing on the default setting, the new graphics, and I decided, well, I'm going to click back. I might just play the rest of it on the old one so I get the experience that I missed out on 30 years ago and play the old one, with the visuals of 1996. But I do have to say about the updated visuals, they're beautiful. Like, it looks like a Don Bluth animated movie. Like, if you can picture Don Bluth, he came from the Disney class, but he kind of had his own little thing going on. And this is, it's even different from that, but it just kind of gave me those vibes, like a good quality animated movie, but it's a video game. You'll see things like the flags blowing in the wind, and everything's just like animated with love and care, and I don't know. I can't say enough about this game. It looks great. It feels great. It's fun to play. It's a classic point and click. If you like those types of games, this is for you. And it just makes me want to play more point and clicks, including why not port over number 2 and 4 through 4 rather.
Yeah, there's only 1
3,
in 5.
4.
Only 1 in 5 right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it. So yeah, there it is. It's my number 2.
Yeah, I figured that one would be pretty high for you because you're really into it and you love that point and click stuff. And I'm glad you're actually playing something with the mouse mode that you talk so much about, and now you can point and click on stuff. Yeah, I watched you like posted to 30 seconds of like the art style reminds me a lot of old LucasArts point and clicks games.
That's true too,
which is good because I always like those games.
Like, what's the one on the motorcycle? I always forget.
I don't know. It's a high velocity or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
But
it looks like that a little bit.
The Indiana Jones one was the one I played the most.
Mm-hmm.
The Infernal Machine I forget which one it was, but I have that
Infernal
one and
Machine,
I played
yeah.
it. And it kind of it reminds me of that game. And you had to know some things too. Like you had to look up, I had to look up some history facts to get through some trivia part or whatever in there. But yeah, it kind of reminds me of that sort of thing. But yeah, it looks cool. I know you like those games, and yeah, cool. Number 2.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Number 1, Jeremy.
Number 1.
Lay it on me.
You ready for this, folks? This is my game of the year.
I think
Number
I
one
can guess it.
I think I know what it is too.
It's got a number in it, right?
It's got a number in it. It's another sequel.
Maybe.
The 50th of its
Yeah.
of this series is UFO 50.
Well, all the games could be sequels to each other, right? You can
There's a lot
Some
of
of them
sequels.
are, yeah.
Yeah, though it's funny that it's like at the beginning and end of our lists. Of Jeremy and I's list, they're UFO 50 at 10 and 1.
I really feel like I've talked about this game too
bookended.
much. All I could say is that I really, really love Pilot Quest. I played that a lot. I played all the way through it over 13 or 14 times. I played through it to see if there was more to unlock, which there wasn't. But I did everything I can in that game. And then I really like, the Party House.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably my other favorite one. And then after that, Porgy, which is like a submarine Metroidvania game. And
Controls a little bit like Flappy Bird, right? Like you got to keep it in the.
It doesn't.
Something like
It's
that.
not. No, it's not like Flappy Bird. Like it's like you stay like stationary
Okay.
wherever you move. So it's more like what Starfy or whatever that is, that game. It's kind of like that when he's underwater. And there's just so many good games on it. I mean, like I'm looking now, like Mortal. It's so cool. It's the one where you, like,
Mortal 1 and 2, which I played Mortal 2 for the first time last night. That one's way different.
where like your dead bodies like let the people that are behind you like get further, and you have a certain amount of lives, and it's kind of cool. I like it because it's like a little bit like a game like Meat Boy where you keep seeing everything from your
see
previous
your blood.
runs, but you're actually seeing just your dead body from the previous run, and you'll use that to like get further. And Mortal 2 is more the same, or plus more, but I never really.
Mortal 2's got classes and stuff. It's weird. Like,
Yeah.
I was trying to figure it out because there's like ninjas and like warriors or whatever, and I couldn't figure out. And it doesn't tell you how to do everything. Like, it shows it, but it doesn't show you how to do it. And I was kind of like, I don't know. I was confused with it on that one, on Mortal 2. It looks cool, but I couldn't figure out what I was doing. The first one was a lot more self-explanatory.
There's so many great games in this, and then there's a whole meta narrative too, because it's supposedly a collection of games found from a system that hasn't been out in a long time, and like the games are haunted sort of in a way because of the trauma that the developers went through and the games were being made. And that's the meta game that you have to discover through things, which is not easy. I had to look online to figure that out. It all has to do with there's like a command prompt place that you can go in the pause menu, and you put in like certain words and it does things.
Yeah, there's codes and stuff, right, that you could put in there.
And then there's a whole other game where you're like walking around you're one of the developers, and you're walking around the office and talking to all the other developers, but you're all little animal characters and stuff. There's a really creepy like lizard boss watching you through like this window at the front of this like long line of cubicles, and his eyes like move with you. It's creepy. But yeah, just it's such a good game. I don't know. There's still so much more left in this game to do, and I had to cool my jets on it for a little bit because so much other stuff to play. But I'll be back to play more of this, and I hope they make UFO 51.
Yeah, and you steered like hard into this one, like 200 plus hours or whatever. Like you played that game like it was going out of style. That's why I really want to see your stats, because I think you are the winner of most played. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. I'd like.
That's
to know.
surprising because I'm not that person usually.
Well, I might be. I mean, I might have an advantage because both of you guys weren't really playing Switch at the beginning of the year, and I was the one still holding the candle for Switch 1.
That's true.
It's like John stopped playing for like months, waiting for the Switch 2 to come out.
I kind of did too.
And Jeremy was only playing PS5. Like even last year's list, like a lot of your games were ones you played on PS5 that were also on Switch. So it was like, yeah, I was the one.
I didn't have to stretch that hard this year. There was just so much good shit.
Yeah. Well, you kind of. I mean, it's like your PS5 is probably a dust gatherer now.
It is.
Yeah. It's good to see you back on the Nintendo train for Switch 2.
Choo choo, motherfucker.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, UFO 50. That's a game. That's 50 games that all have so much to them and whatnot. And my number one is not 50 games, but one game. But it's almost like the beginning of mini games of 10, 12 games, 15. How many of these are there? I don't even know. But yeah, my number one game, surprise, surprise, is Trails in the Sky First Chapter. I beat
the one you found out about in a sizzle reel.
Yeah, and it's sizzle reel for like the Japanese version or something, right? It wasn't even the American one. No, I mean, this is, I've talked many times about how much I like Falcom and the East games and all that stuff. And I've always been interested in the Trails games, which originally started out as Legend of Heroes, which John even put in our UFO 50 Patreon episode, not even knowing that it was connected to Trails in the Sky.
Oh, yeah.
But these games go back a long, long time. Like Falcom has been making games for a very, very long time. And this is always something I wanted to jump onto because I saw, Trails of Cold Steel, which we still don't have 1 and 2 of those out. We only have 3 and 4. Like, what the hell? Get on that. But I always wanted to start the games, but I got to start from the beginning. And Trails, and the original one, Trails in the Sky, I think it was like a PSP game. And going all the way back, and it's hard to get it on that. It's probably hella expensive, or you can get it on Steam or whatever. But nobody wants to play that, and it probably doesn't work on Mac anyway, because like 1% of the games work on Mac on there. So there's no way for me to play it. But finally, we got a full-on 3D remake. It looks beautiful. The story is great, and I need to talk to somebody about the end of that game, because holy shit, that ending is like is like one of the craziest cliffhangers I've ever seen. Like, it really wants you to play 2, and then it ends with a trailer for 2 after the credits. Like, it shows you a little like gameplay trailer, like for Trails in the Sky 2. So they obviously already started working on it while they were making 1, because it shows gameplay from that at the end of the game. But yeah, the way the game ends is just like, you think everything is one way, but everything flips and changes, and it's like, what the fuck just happened? Oh my god. But it's cool. It's not like the Metroid one, which is also kind of what the fuck, but I don't know. At least we know there's another one coming out with this on there. But
Yeah.
I have to say, like, the characters are incredibly charming. There's a 10-hour demo that you can play for free. I say everyone should check it out. Characters are super charming. I like it has like this like kind of smallness to it, but it also, there's a larger aspect that you'll get to. I really like the pacing of it. Like, you go from town to town, and you'll meet different characters in each town that are specific to that, and you'll solve whatever problems are in these towns as you're a bracer. That's what you're called. And you'll go to the next town. But once you get to like the final town, things are kind of building up, and you see characters from the other towns come back, and it all kind of pulls together really well. And the soundtrack's really good, and it's like the best. I think it's the best RPG battle system I've ever played on anything. I love that you can.
Cypress.
I love that you can do action if you want to. You don't necessarily have to do the turn-based stuff. For the bosses, you do have to do turn-based for the bosses, but for the regular guys, you can just hack and slash through a lot of the smaller characters if you want. And it's so fast. Like, the fighting is incredibly fast. Like, you can combo off of different characters really easily. It's so fluid and so fast that, like, I never ever thought that it was a pain to fight anybody. Where like so many RPGs, it's like, oh yeah, no, I know I got to do this battle system, and I gotta grind, but it's annoying. Like, I never thought any of it was annoying. I never really had to grind because I fought everybody because I loved the way the battle system was, and it just works so well. Like, it was incredible, and the voice acting is great. All the characters are awesome. They gave you like different weird costumes where you could play as the you could give them like giant foam heads. Like, I did that for a while. That was silly, but it was nice that there were different options you could do with the characters, and I really liked all the people. Olivia was great. That crazy horny bastard. He was fun. He was like when he was singing, he had his like song moments that were cool in there. I just thought they did a really good job with all the presentation and the story and the characters and all of that. It was a shame that Jeremy was in Japan when this came out, so I couldn't really gush about it because, John don't care about Trails in the Sky, but everybody should, because it's awesome. It's a really good game. I just needed another RPG fan to give a shit. But I think you played the demo for like a second and didn't. You might have got stuck on the orbment equipment, which just throw whatever in there. It's fine. It doesn't matter that much. It just gives you more spells to use. But no, I think everybody should try it because it's incredible and it looks very, very good, and it runs great on Switch too. And it's my number one game. It's the game I've been wanting to play for so long. And I did, and I beat it. I beat it on stream. So I did the things I said I was going to do. I beat Trails in the Sky, and I beat Dragon Quest 1 that I said I was going to do on break. So I finished my last year resolutions or whatever, end of the year shit that I said I would do. So, hooray. Trails. Way to go.
My number one is UFO 50.
Really?
Yep.
Oh damn! I was wondering. I was starting to have like, I was starting to not.
Well,
think,
we know what the number one game is.
Well,
Yep.
yeah. I mean, you didn't mention UFO 50 at all, and I was starting to wonder. Because I don't know. I thought you might like throw Chibi Robo in there just because it did. Was released on Switch.
It was on the
year.
GameCube, but I kind of did put Chibi Robo in there a little bit. But
Yeah.
No.
I actually really did think about putting the GameCube app as my number 10. Like that.
Isn't that
was
Monolith
one of
too?
the what Chibi? No,
Chibi? No,
no, that's not.
That's Skip.
Yeah, but no, I thought about putting the GameCube stuff in there just because I really like it. But yeah, I wanted to put Persona in there, and that just moved everything around. But
I thought about it too because I had a good time beating Luigi's Mansion and of course Chibi and all that. But UFO 50 is my number one.
Dang.
It's it earned its spot. I've put I think how many hours into it? A whole bunch, not as much as Jeremy, but
I thought you had like
a lot of time.
I thought you had like 60 or something.
I think 60 sounds about right.
I
Yeah.
last. I don't know.
Yeah, I got it written down here, but I got about 60 hours. So many games in there that really grabbed me, including Rail Heist, which was that cowboy one, which again, it's kind of like Hitman. It's a little stealth game hidden in this treasure trove of 8-bit.
Rail Heist reminds me of Valkyria Chronicles, the action turn-based game, which is actually a really cool game. That's forever on my list of. Well, there's like a 10-hour demo for Valkyria Chronicles 4 too. I mean, I think that I don't think you would like it because there's too much RPG story stuff in it. But the way that it controls reminds me a lot of Rail Heist because it's like Fire Emblem, but instead of pointing and making your character go somewhere, you actually move your character and you aim and you shoot people, but you only can go like so far and you can only shoot so many times. And then it'll switch to the other team and they'll move, but it feels like a 3D version of Rail Heist is what I got from it. It reminded me of those games.
I got you. Yeah. That one. I remember playing that for the first time, and thinking like, I don't get it. Why are these guys moving? And but there was enough there that was like, it kept me on the hook. And once I got it and realized, oh wow, it's turn-based stealth strategy puzzle. So interesting. How inventive. I jumped in on that one. Then Tactics. I think Tactics was the first one that really, really hooked me though, which is like the one team on the left, the CPU team on the right, and you're both moving toward the center. And it's kind of like a puzzle game, and I mean in the Tetris sense that the pieces are always moving, right? But you got like different guys, like the guy with the spear or the guy with the
there's like
blocker shield and all that.
Yeah, there's like the
shield.
Yeah, there's like the shield and the archers, and I like this one too. I didn't beat it, but I really liked playing it. But everything
I got halfway through it.
Everything keeps moving, and you have to protect your castle, but you got to have your people at the right spot so they don't get to the other side. It kind of has like this, almost like, I don't know, like checkers chess feel, where you got to get from one side to another and you got to block them from, or kind of more like checkers, right? Because you get to the end and you get kinged. It's kind of sort of like that. You want to keep them from being there because they'll attack you or whatever. But yeah, that one was really cool.
Yeah, I beat that one. The one I spent the most time on, I think, was Lords of Disconia. There was a day when I just played that for like 13 hours. It was just,
I love that game.
Yeah, Jeremy played a lot of that too.
I beat that one.
So you guys both beat it, right?
Yeah. It can best be described as like, I don't know, like something like bocce ball, but like if bocce ball were a like a tabletop RPG or something, where you have different you try and slide your pieces across the board to be in the best position to attack the opponent, and then you got your classic characters like the bard and the mage and all that kind of stuff doing different things. One of the big things that I liked about UFO 50, how much it opened me up to types of games that I don't typically gravitate towards, just because you got this whole menu there and you want to try everything and you're a little bit more open. So like I really gravitated mostly, I think, toward the strategy games, which is just surprising to me. That speaks to the quality of all these games on offer. The last one that I beat was Night Manor, but I really liked that one. That was
it's so good.
I like that one too.
Spooky too.
I really want to go back and beat that one.
Yeah, that's point and click adventure from like first person perspective.
Horror.
Again, all done on the NES style, right? It's a horror game, so you're like, it's got shades of like I don't know, like Silent Hill or something, like that kind of creepy vibe. But you're in a mansion, and there's this guy who's apparently some kind of like mutated monster standing in the corner, and then lo and behold, of course, he turns around and starts chasing after you. But the cool mechanic of this one is that the monster can kind of come back at any time and chase you through the house. Again, this is like NES style. So how do you get chased through a house? Well, you click in different rooms, and you have to remember, like, you know, which room would be behind you, so that if you don't go backwards and step back into the clutches of the monster. But you can hide from the monster too. Like, you can hide behind a bush, and there's a little like mini game where a slider is moving back and forth.
Yeah, it's
You
almost
gotta
like
hit
a
it 5
balance
times.
meter.
Yeah, like a balance meter. Yeah. So inventive, so cool, and really actually creepy enough. I put it on. I think we did a list of best Halloween games or something to that effect recently, and I put that on there. I liked it a lot. Yeah, that's a lot said about UFO 50, and certainly not going to be the last that we hear about it.
Yeah, I mean I think that makes sense, because I think we did like 5 or 6 episodes about UFO 50. We're like, putting them together. I was like, I wonder if people are tired of us talking about this game, because we've been talking about it for so many episodes, and then you got it later, John, and then we just started talking about it all over again. So it's like there were so many episodes that we talked about UFO 50. So I think it kind of fits with the show, because we had so many episodes like based around it. So, and we did a whole like Patreon about it too. So it was definitely a big one. It had an effect on all of us.
So that's all of them. So
that's all of them. Yeah, and I checked here. It did work. I think it does really help to have the calculator here, because I don't have to do it. But I'm just go from the top here. Our number one game is UFO 50 with 21 points. Number 2 is Metroid Prime 4 with 15 points. All right. Number 3, Mario Kart World, 14 points. Number 4, Trails in the Sky First Chapter. Yes, it made it to the top 5. I don't know if you saw, but was it Nintendo Life? Trails in the Sky, number 1 game of Nintendo Switch 2. They put it in their top whatever. It's the first thing I've seen that's correct out there on the internet. But no, I was like, yeah, you guys know, you understand things. I think because they were going by actual reviews and not, people's whatever. But because it got reviewed really well and nobody talked about it. I don't understand why. Number 5, tied for number 5 is Hades 2, Xenoblade Chronicles X, Broken Sword. Number 6, Fantasy Life I. Tied for 7, Dragon Quest 1 and 2, HD 2D, and Laika 8 Through Blood. Tied for 8, Sonic Racing Crossworlds, and Tony Hawk 3 and 4. Tied for 9, Ball X-Pit Viewfinder and Yakuza Kiwami 2. And tied for 10, Blippo, Once Upon a Katamari, and Star Wars Outlaws. I'm not going to... That's 10. I think that's enough. And then tied for the rest is like the rest of the games that we talked about.
There you go.
So,
and tied at dead last, Donkey Kong Bonanza.
So yeah, I guess we should talk about
the
that.
Worst game of the year.
Just for a second, if you had to put Donkey Kong Bonanza in your list, where would it be? I would put it at number 4. That's where I would put it on my list.
I would have bumped off Skate Story, and it would have been number 2.
So,
all right, we can want to do a theoretical.
No.
Okay.
We're at like 4 hours. Theoretical what? Redo all the numbers? No way. No fucking way. Been here for long enough. I just say where it would be in your list, and they can figure it out. They understand math. I mean, if I had it at 4, I don't know. I can't do math right now. If mine was at, yeah.
If you had it at 4, here I can plug it in. We'll see.
No, don't say don't mess with the calculator.
I don't even see where this is calculating anything.
If you go to results,
that's what the 2 middle ones do. So, getting into some late night Excel here, but the second one, duplicates, kind of like it just lists all the games that we listed and sorts out where we might have.
It would get Donkey Kong would get 26 points if it was in wherever we had it, because you'd have it at number 1, right, John?
I would have it at number 1, yeah.
Yeah, so it would be at 26 points if it was in there. So it would have still won. So it's good that I took it out of the list. But I would have put it 4th, because I think
was UFO 50 the only one that showed up on all 3 of our lists.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Where was Mario Kart World again? That was it was like 3, right?
It was. I think it was in both of like your top 5s. Yeah, it was 3.
So, Jeremy, if you on the bottom, you see the 3 or 4 different tabs on the bottom. Click on the one that says results. You can see.
Oh, I didn't see the tabs on the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, the results.
Hey, look at that.
And it's really nice because I don't want to do all that stuff right now. But do you want to just do like some real quick fire answers on these questions
Sure.
that you have here? But
Yeah.
not spend that. There were just some kind of wrap up stuff at the end here. What's one game we wish we played that probably would have made our list? What do you guys think? Is there anything that you didn't
I'm
get?
going to say Sonic Cross World.
Oh yeah, Sonic Racing.
From what
That's
I've
a good
heard
one.
about it, yeah.
For me, Cyberpunk 2077 for sure. I said that earlier, and Katamari. Once Upon a Katamari. That's another one.
I'd probably go with
make
those
my
2 as
list.
well. Yeah, Cyberpunk and Katamari would be 2
Yeah.
ones that I'd be interested in.
Yeah, what's a game on someone else's list that we most want to play? That pretty much is the same because
I want to try the Leica game.
You should try it.
oh yeah, I want to try the Leica game too.
Yeah, at $8.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a lot out of this game. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, the Excite Bike stuff really has me intrigued. So just because that's a different way of playing a game like that, so it sounds interesting. What game on your list did you spend the most time playing? Xenoblade Chronicles X was my answer. I think I know yours.
UFO 50.
Yeah,
I think mine might be Tears of the Kingdom at 700 hours.
yeah. Not this year though.
Yeah.
That's total from however many years in the past. Any Nintendo shout outs? I think we should just save that for our Patreon episode when we do other
That's
stuff.
fine.
Sure.
Because
Yeah.
then you could put games in there that weren't on Nintendo if you wanted to. Game that you got, I put these games that you got that you wish you had more time with. For me, that's what the fuck is it called? Raito, that Raito game. I wish I would have played that longer. The action like Persona SMT World game. I played it for like 5 hours. There was too many other things that came out, and I couldn't really get around to it. And also, the Rune Factory game. I really liked that game. I played it for like 10 hours, and I thought about trying to fit it in at 10th place, but it didn't make sense because everything else, I just played so much more than that. So that's another one. I wish I had more time. And what's it called? Fucking Bravely Default 1. I think I only played that for like 2 hours. The remake of that was on launch day for Switch 2.
One of mine's on the list. It's Viewfinder. I wish I'd had more time with that, but maybe it would have got bumped up a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah.
I wish I would have had less time with Stray Children. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I wish I would have had more time with. I wish I would have put more into Xeno, because I really could have. Like I had all that time. It was
Yeah.
like the only thing there was to play for a few months there.
It was like a February release or something. It was a real early, early Switch 1 game.
And I mean, it looked crazy,
Yeah.
crazy good.
Yeah. And it was, we had it. And you still put like 60 or 70 hours in there, I
I
think.
did.
So you still, you
I
still
gotta
put
finish that fucking
still
game.
put a good amount of time in there. But yeah. And then I put like any like non-2025 game that you put a lot of time into. I can't really think of any offhand right now.
I
Aside
play a
from-
lot. I play a lot of Suika. Gearing up to play
Yeah, the new one's out now.
the new one.
We'll have to
yes.
talk about that next week.
We will.
But yeah, I think we should.
I went back to Suika because I wanted to like refresh myself on it. I played quite a bit of it.
Yeah, there's a new version of that. There'll be a lot of new stuff that we'll talk about next week when we come back there. But if you stuck with us for this long, thanks. And also, there should be another episode on there that I'm double posting that John Wedgeworth and I did. New Nerd Noise Radio. It's called Nerd Noise Radio Channel Tray is what it's called. But I'm on
Cool.
there and we talk about our 10 songs from 10 of our favorite games of the year on there. So there'll be some repeats, but it was also recorded last week. So the way I refer to my list on there is actually different than what it actually came out to because I'm always changing it before we actually.
I was
get to
rearranging
recording.
it until the last second.
Yeah, I always do that. So, but yeah, that should be on the regular feed before this one and this one as well. And patreon.com/NintenDomain podcast. $1. You can hear our UFO 50 episode and all those other episodes that we did. I thought the holiday episode came together really well. I got some really weird songs in there for the intro. Well, I used a song from every movie that we talked about in there, including Ernest singing "Oh Christmas Tree."
I heard it. Yeah.
So there's some fun stuff in there. I had fun with that, and like and Lou Rawls, and I kind of just went with it.
Yeah,
try to
Lou
put
Rawls.
I put a song from every movie we talked about in there. So listen to that on there, and find us on Twitter, Blue Sky, wherever, Nintendo Main Podcast, and all that shit. But yeah, we've been your hosts. I'm Trey Johnson.
Jerry Mikowski.
John Nitter.
And thanks for listening. We'll see you next time.
See ya 2026 edition.
Are you there?
Oh no, John froze. It looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's
like surely John has something to say about this game.
Nope. Is the spreadsheet like taking all the?
My internet is bad.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you at all. Can you hear me now?
You froze for quite a while.
You froze.
Yeah,
you froze for a long time. I was gonna say your spreadsheet is like, spreadsheet's taking all the power away.
It's all those formulas.
Yeah, it's all the calculating that it's not doing right now, but it's saving up power for it. It's like it's building it up every round so it can drop you and like hit a 500 HP hit on you, out of nowhere when you only got 30 HP. That's what happened to me in Dragon Quest VII. That's what that fucker did. He built up the strength and knocked like twice the HP that I had off of me. Didn't even have a chance.